Hello, everybody, and hello, RNGBus, Council Member Overseer. Hello.
Trozz, how you doing?
Doing good.
You just go by Jeebus.
RNGBus. It's not Erngibus. Yeah, thanks for jumping in to help cast. Because we have a ton of games to go through, as it turns out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we've got a Sweet 16 this time, although we did have 2 players bail. We're not going to be seeing any Liod or Modius. But what's going on here is everybody is playing against each other a couple times, 2 times each. We're doing things a little bit differently this time, because we actually have a sponsor this time, which is to say Helgen himself is forking out a couple $100. But it's actually money from the Patreon, so as that scales up, the prize pool scales up. So that's pretty cool. He put in some numbers that look pretty decent, and then when I looked at the percentages are just like the most ridiculous things ever. It's like going into the double decimal. But yeah, for the top 3 we're gonna get a payout. So we're actually gonna be doing a 3rd place, 4th place match to see what's going on. We have Kopiuyt returning as one of the previous tournament winners who won tournaments 5 and 6. And then we'll see if we can crown a new champion, or if he can somehow get a 3-peat. That'd be pretty wild. And of note, we've got pretty good faction diversity. Lionar has made a comeback and is now the popular faction. Specifically Zeron. If you count them up, there's 5 Zeron decks, which is kind of wild. And Magmar and Vanar at the bottom. Vanar seems to be at the bottom most often, although last season they were the most popular. It's always fun to do a bar graph and pie graphs and stuff to see where stuff is at. And
yeah, I appreciate you putting together all those graphics. That's some awesome stuff.
It's an opportunity to showcase some of the art that's in this game too, because there's so much art in this game and you never really see it. Like there's this giant tree, but you kind of see it super scaled down a lot of the times. But yeah, let's take a closer look at the groups. And we'll be starting with yohkagamine. Yohkagamine. We can also just call the character Bao.
Yohkagamine.
Yohkagamine. Yeah. The dropouts, you can see their generals are just on the ground. And the little unit that's next to them kind of depicts what their deck is doing. Like dtanmango is doing Shaddai with a bunch of Knuckle Storm combo, whereas mine at the top center is doing some Shaddai Arcanist stuff. You'll notice the Wanderer showing up a lot, although it is smaller than ever. Since our last tournament, it actually shrunk even more. So it dies to a Mecanter. I'm pretty excited to see some Orbo. Maybe we'll see some gold card transformations, because we do have the technology for golden cards. Should be great. RNGBus, are you ready to jump into the first game? Which would be yohkagamine versus Venator. And for these, it's a little bit different than our last, where instead of being specifically like any rules about which deck you can do, throughout the whole tournament, you can use either of your decks in any of the games. So you just kind of have to pick whatever you figure is the best of the 2 on average. All right. Without further ado, I am ready. How about you?
I'm ready, man. Let's go.
All right. We're jumping into game number 1 in 3, 2, 1. Based. We're not starting soon. We are doing a Zeron Ditto. This is the most popular general, so here we are. Get ready for Zeron. Yeah, and then all the lists are open as well, so these players just know what they could possibly be playing. Although to have a dead turn 1 is pretty unfortunate, but having a gold vitriol is something, because there's not going to be a lot of ping coming out to punish that. Did you play in the tournament, or not the tournament, but the fusion event? Gold Vitriol was actually pretty cracked card in that. There was a combo you could do with Sister Solana would just make this proc constantly.
Yeah, you beat me down with that combo once, so.
Yep.
It was a good one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This is a pretty nice opener. The Knight doesn't have Zeal for a turn though, so it's just out there to threaten. They're gonna take the opportunity to put some damage on it. And being able to heal up with the Healing Sage can power up the Lucent Beam to just frag the Silverguard Knight.
Nice.
So yohkagamine's otherwise strong opener has kind of been cut short. It could have possibly been the other way around too, where you put the Knight in front of you and then you put the Cleric in the middle or somewhere else. I feel that would have been better instead of going Cleric and then Knight with no Zeal. Venator's gonna know to be playing around Decimate at all times. Yeah, an opportunity to trap the Vitriol and to destroy the Healing Sage. Healing Sage has got a really nice ability of being able to revive a unit every turn. It'd have to be a friendly, so nothing would actually get revived. But being able to bring back Silverguard Knights is quite strong. Although Venator's hand is a lot more, it's a lot nicer, I'd say. A mix of spells and creatures versus the whole ammo that doesn't really work right now.
Yeah.
Trinity Oath will probably be a fine out though. But it's pretty slow comparatively. And Venator sitting on both circles. No region. So Trinity Oath finds some stuff. Gold Vitriol isn't gonna do it. But a Sunrise Cleric could be cast? Maybe... No. It's like 1 mana short of being able to BBS and Gold Vitriol and get a ping out of it. So if you can't make any use out of this, unless it's like turn 1, you don't want to just equip it. It's just asking to get Tempested or something. Okay, uses the BBS after all. Maybe this Cleric is better off, actually it's quite strong anyway, just because of the Vitriol, so it's not really something you want to replace. A lot of 1-drops later in the game you do want to cycle out, but it's the Decimate that gets rotated away instead. Sunriser into BBS with a Sundrop in the back, quite strong. So Venator's off the races, and this is too huge to remove. It needs to be a Sunrise Cleric into MO. And BBS is on cooldown, so Scintilla can't do it with Vitriol. Nasty thing about Sunriser that you need to know in the mirror, this procs off both players healing. So if you stand here and try to Healing Mystic yourself, you just get blasted. And the Sunrise regeneration is like anti-good. So the play is probably to drop a Cleric where the General is now and drop a MO on it.
I probably would have not next to Sunriser.
You don't think you would have done what to the Sunriser?
I probably would have, or no, I probably would have moved one up.
Oh yeah, make it a lot easier to get the
so
mana.
that I could, if I needed, I could get that tile.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I would say that Ziran is not my strongest general, so.
Well, they say heal is cheap.
That is what one specific person says in the chat, yes.
It's
a very funny comment.
It is really good. So finally a Sunforge Lancer shows up. This is a pretty cracked card, especially when there's no Dispel. So we're probably going to be seeing it placed into pass and then get so much attack that you just can't attack into that general ever again.
Thinking here, play
it's got to be the Lancer, because even like the Trinity Oath in response to the Lancer pumps up the general even further. So check it out.
Yep. Yep.
And cleanly gets the Cleric. And massive advantage. Usually you'd want to draw cards before you replace, but I think Venator needs to actually replace before drawing cards with Trinity Oath. Although, what kind of removal could even reach that? It's going to have to be removal of the Heal Riser variant? Oh, it's not going to be good. So, with 2 heal procs, I would have placed the Sunriser to take out the Lancer.
Okay.
Because with a diagonal step and putting it in front of the Lancer, it'll for sure get enough procs to clear it.
Yeah. Yep. That was not optimal.
Might need to hear from what that play was about. Sunset Paragon doesn't even do anything in this situation. Although, to be fair, even if the Lancer was killed, I think it was still going to be a lopsided game, because there's still another backup Lancer. But for this one to just be sitting out and handing off so many buffs, this game is over basically immediately. Through Venator's deck list to see if he's got anything that can deal with this. No Sunblooms. Does have a single Lightbender? This is out. And it is not finding it. In dire situations, sometimes you can cheese the game with a draw, but yohkagamine takes the first game.
Yeah. Yep, that was worked himself into a tough
that
spot there.
That's Lancer doing his magic. The matchup was pretty even until it wasn't. And I characterize Venator's deck as liking the Pyros, and yohkagamine has got the Sun Wisps. No one else rocking those. Ready for game number 2.
Yep.
Alright, going into that in 3, 2, 1. Going into it. Venator busting out Maeve. The Dying Wish deck runs a bunch of Nightmare Operants, so it can potentially just cheese the game with the Mechazor early.
This will be a little more interesting.
I don't agree with the right or the undervault though. It's like it costs so much to cast that when you're casting it, you're barely not doing anything anyway the next turn. Of course, the dream is you cast it on empty hand. And with the Dying Wish deck, maybe that's possible because it draws so many cards, but then has them all super cheap and then just runs out of cards to play. That maybe this is necessary. Something like a Rifted Beast isn't going to keep up. And here it is, Sunwisp. And the DW deck always loves the turn 1 Carrion Crawler. It doesn't have any spells to immediately sack it, but can put down a Nightmare Operant somewhere. Places it so far back that the general can't hit it. And Yoka's got a lot of sustain. Could potentially drop the Knight and the Clerk. I've seen some people veer away from Dying Wish cards, like take a diagonal step back with the Wisp and 2 steps down with the general kind of thing. But none of that there. Just gonna take the mana. Sensible option. Against Abyssian, anytime you can knock one of their pieces off the map, you generally want to do it, because they have a lot of buffs and ways to benefit off them dying.
I just don't think I would have played that quite like that.
For LiDAR? Sunrise, blocking the mana.
I think I would have probably had taken out Nightmare with the 2/1.
Oh yeah, that would have been pretty good.
Held him, yeah.
Yeah. Because the 2/1 trading for 3/2 is kind of a dream trade.
Yeah, then he'd be sitting there stuck on the Silver Knight.
Yeah, and Dio would take a bit to trade with it. But now it just has a Dio to do some chopping. Maybe he can replace and find another Silverguard Knight. Nekomata is so good in the Dying Wish deck. It's like the juice that you need. yohkagamine actually does have a copy of Sunbloom, which is pretty useful in the matchup.
Oh, that's real useful here.
Yeah. Turn off Provoke on the statue, or turn off draw 2 cards on Desolate or on Neko, or get rid of Desolator. Could be a really good spell. Pushes damage to the face, which enables healing. Don't think it's a Sunriser turn. I wonder if moving Dioltis allowed the Tombstone to spawn there, or if it attacking from there would have blocked the spawn from it. Because he moved before attacking, which is kind of making me wonder. But now we've got the Reaper. This thing could die and turn into something with healing support, Silverguard Knight, maybe it just turns into a Cleric.
That'd be unfortunate.
That would be pretty bad. Sunbloom has finally arrived. I don't want to hold on to that for something nasty that shows up. And we are currently casting the
I do like how Vin...
Oh, come to chat.
I do like how Vin put the Reaper on the center tile there.
Yeah.
So.
There's no clearing it. Like, pretty much any other 5/3 just gets hit by these 2 minions, and then the Journal can be there. But even then, not so. And if you silence it, you silence your friendly circle. So do you turn off your regen?
Exactly.
And it might not even matter what it fetches, because it's not like there's a lot of bombs in this archetype. It drops the Sunriser, but no way to proc it. It's just here to threaten the Reaper. We got fermented mangoes in chat, which is a part of the long line of mango aliases that have been in DGG community. We've had Poncho Mango and Frozen Mango. We got MushyMango.
And a fermented mango.
So Sunriser not that impressive, but it only the Reaper only fetched a Healing Mystic, so it immediately gets crunched. Dioltis the second. Well, this seems like a good timing for Sunbloom. It could even be Sunbloom, hit Dioltis, and then Scorn to finish it off. That sounds great.
I like that.
Yeah, because Immo doesn't really work right now. Healing Mystic is probably the replace.
Nuts. Too bad he won't be able to put Scorn right over top of the center tile, though.
Seems to be the best place to put it, or yeah. Hey, it's the play. Scorn's a good card, y'all. Scorn's mostly here because it turns on healing on everything. It's kind of like a miniature version of Tempest. But it also just like randomly hoses sand dervishes and such. The trick to Nakamata is you don't let your Nakamata sit on the field for a turn doing nothing. The immediate sack and the 2-card draw seemed pretty good. And maybe this Void Hunter can keep the combo continuing. Dying Wish was a pretty scary archetype. If it rolls high, it just fills the board so much. But Lion-R spells are really good. Perion's claim showing up just in time. And then even Scorn can top up.
I would have moved Scorn down and hit.
Instead of just doing 2 damage to the general. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Scorn would have been 4-3. Okay.
Well, if he loses by 2, you know why. Sunforged Lance are pretty strong. Dying Wish isn't usually running any dispels. Just gonna be seeing all this stuff being dumped out now. It's probably gonna be strong. Cleric, Lancer, Immo. The Ironclad dispels the Cleric. Ironclad notably doesn't dispel generals, so Voth and Zeron are strong against it. And then I'll answer just anywhere. Pretty nasty situation for me, where in this Rites of the Undervault has just been a dead card in hand.
Right in his face, okay.
Timely whip. Maybe this Namer Operant can find a huge robot. And here's the card draw. Multiple rights in the deck. Right finding right. Combo is continuing. Just needs more discounts. These units are still a bit too... They got like a double discount right now, which is pretty nice. I don't think it's the time to push damage. It might be better to clear minions. We know that because there's a Chakram hanging out, and they're about to be huge with Frenzy.
Yeah.
So if yohkagamine decides to take a step forward and just attack, he's not going to like the turn after. So these minions got to get culled. It's actually great to kill a Void Hunter when your opponent's got max hand size, because they're not going to draw a card. Well, Yoka decides face is the place. Or at least is giving up the healing tile. I feel like sitting on that tile and then casting a Silverguard Knight would have been it. Yeah, hopefully he attacks
and
up.
I put the Silverguard Knight below. Hopefully he doesn't put it up.
Alright, it's protected. This is a really good spot because the general is stuck and body blocking your playing enemy.
Yep.
Although he did the thing that we warned against. He let Void Hunter live a turn. I actually would have thought using the whip to set up for a bigger chakram would have been good.
Oh, uh-oh.
But didn't want this anywhere because it had provoke, so I would have absorbed the hit anyway. Still wants his Void Hunter out.
He's not chakraming yet.
Yeah. This, I guess, isn't the chakram turn. Time for Nakamata plus Reaper. Plus this thing that's free. You just get a free goat. Maybe you can find something better than the Healing Mystic this time. Like, if it found its own Sunforge Lancer, that would be pretty huge. Because Zeron's doing all the heals. Pretty impressive wall of units.
Oh, he did it like that. Okay.
Yeah, wanted to have the hugest
That's
board.
a nice little wall there.
Pretty good. I'm into it. A pretty nice final card in hand. It's just a cantripping minion, but it gets, I guess, thrown over there. And it draws another good card. Not exactly an out, but it's gas. Gold Vitriol doesn't really do anything because the stats are too huge unless the coin flips just kind of happen. A 1 in 5 chance 3 times and gets like 2 cracks at it. Doesn't sound great.
I think it's probably worth it.
Yeah, because are you even surviving a turn?
With Chakram, he's dead next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's happening?
It's got to be something. Having 6 of the mana already spent from drawing cards is kind of like what happens when you cast Under Vaults, or the right of the Under Vault. But the difference is this deck doesn't have 0 cost goats. Yeah, looks like Venator is about to tie up the series. Chakram gonna just crank out so much damage. Needed actually another claim.
Is there nothing in the deck or no?
Might just be a one of. Alright, GG. Venator ties up the series 1-1. And although these guys are just 1-1, we're actually on to the next pairing. Because these aren't best of 3s. They're just playing 2 games each. Good stuff, Venator. Bringing it back with the
that's right. Yeah.
Whoops. I'm not going to deck selection. I'm going to groups. Next up is yohkagamine vs. kkoryu. Kkoryu. It's like one of those hard Ks that Koreans have that's like an extra harder consonant. Yeah, let's see how, we didn't actually haven't even seen any of the Wanderer Xerix. That one's still hanging out for maybe something specific. Because Wanderer, you can have a ton of silver bullets. Oh yeah, and we got a pack opening that we're going to be doing at some point. But we've got game number 3, which is between yohkagamine and kkoryu. Maybe I'll learn how to pronounce either of their names during the next match. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Hold on a sec.
Sure.
I actually have the same replays for kkoryu and for kopiuyt. These are some wrong numbers, so there's a correct number in here somewhere. Yeah, so I'm, one of the two of these numbers isn't right. I'm gonna grab the correct number. Excusez-moi, un momento, por favor. Gonna be a minute while I look through. Okay, these were actually the wrong replays. The second set of them were correct. Alright, I'm just gonna resend this whole list. I'm just gonna edit it, actually. Okay, the match between yohkagamine and kkoryu now has correct numbers. Ready for this. It now ends in 29.
I see the update.
Excellent.
Yep.
Alright, going into game number 3 in 3, 2, 1. Based. Oh, I saw that cat. kkoryu is running the 5-5 haste cat. It's a really good finisher because it actually hits for 7 with this general.
Replaced and saved for a later time.
Yep, that cat is a fine thing to draw way later in the game, but it's an easier place really. Ooh, Stun Sister Starope actually has a new trick. The spell that she hands off, True Strike, does 2 damage, but it also weakens attack by 1 for a turn. We were talking about how True Strike was possibly the worst Lionar spell, and then Helgen changed it in like minutes. It was kind of nuts. Well, turn 1 as your Herald. A little more sustainable than Healing Mystic. The cat shows up the very next draw. Opting to drop the Sun Wisp behind him. kkoryu could have done a 2-2 play, but going for a greedier play. So gonna want to stuff that as Lionar by taking 2 steps forward and dropping something on center. This soft opening actually could be a Zeron specific opener because she can't do any healing. Most of the time she'd be able to Vitriol and Healing Mystic. I don't think it's the Sun Sister Syrup opener, but it could be. I would just use Healing Mystic to take the tile and then drop the Lancer somewhere in the back. And Fuzzymoth in chat is asking how many games have we done? We actually just started. This is the 2nd series. We're going through groups A in order. So it'll be top to bottom, left or right on the funny screen that we've got. Okay, so not opting to take the mana. So kkoryu's opener is going to be pretty decent after all. Maybe? Healing Mystic and the cat. Maybe Regalia? I don't know. Ooh, maybe Lightbender. Take a step forward, Lightbender the mana tile, turn off the Stirrup text. Or potentially getting both mana seems really good too. Although it would have to be the cat that takes the hit. Cat's gonna take the hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably just bait for the stroke to hit it, and then it's probably just gonna get healed up immediately, but if it doesn't, a Tempest is gonna really punish it. Or it can force the issue by coming in, attacking, and then Tempesting. Check it out, it's True Strike 2.0. It almost says give a creature -1, -2, but the -1 is just temporary.
How long ago was that buff changed?
It was like 4
You
months
remember?
ago. Maybe 3.
I think I was on holiday.
Well, there it goes. Casting it afterwards so there's a unit to heal up. Starope taking a step forward I did not expect, because now it's in range of the Sunwisp. So maybe kkoryu just moves forward and takes that out. Healing the troll. So triple tapping the general would do it, but Tempest is only adding 1 extra hit. Regalia would fall off pretty quickly. So just gonna dispel the Sun Sister Starope. Tempo at a 3/3. And playing the blood cost to chip this unit down. Would have wanted to hit the general instead.
I definitely would have hit the journal.
Well, this could be like 4D chess maneuver because the BBS is actually on cooldown. Of course, we see the healing mystic in hand, so it doesn't matter. Probably just wanted to tempo with the hugest dude. But gonna have 2 pings here. Or ping and dispel. And then Yoka's gonna want to run back and shield himself with the Herald, I think. But yeah, with the attack on the general earlier, the artifact could have fallen off the next turn with this Secret Tempest. Does have a spicier play now, with possible Sun Wisp into MO, but we're seeing Regalia instead. And it's taking some damage no matter what. Orders it this way to only take the 1 durability damage. Has the Artifact Hunter. Scintilla BBS seems really good. Sunriser seems great. Sunforge Lancer is pretty decent too, but not without any healing circles. And another gold Vitriol. Very nice. Had to replace the scintilla to find it though, so it can't really go off immediately. And Healing Mystic probably gonna get thrown under the bus to take out the Galia. Or this Herald. Yeah. Still a chance for a big holy immo play. Whatever he does, I hope he doesn't cast Trinity Oath right in front of a Sunriser. Don't do it. It says draw 3 cards though, it's too tempting. But clearing everything with the Immo seems pretty great. Not gonna get a chance to heal up though, because as soon as this one Vitriol falls off, another one is gonna be equipped.
So he needs to take a step back.
One step to the right, maybe. And then healing this. Actually, the Sunwest could even get a different kind of play, but I think Immo is it.
Yeah, I think that's.
Artifact Hunter gets a bit better at 8, because then you can immediately slap on the Regalia. Uh-oh. I didn't mean cast it now. Oh, good game, y'all. Alright. Well, that is game number 1. Go on to yohkagamine. Whoops! Accidentally kills one of his own units with the claim. Alright, kkoryu is still in it.
Yeah, we've oopsed ourselves.
He's definitely got a ton of cards in hand. Can do double Regalia. Wouldn't that be funny? At 2 hit points. Like better taking out the regen. Okay, here's the play. But can't actually do much other than take 2 steps to the right. And now it's just a coin flip for does Vitriol instantly end the game. It's probably worth taking. 50-50 for the whammy.
Right, put on Vitriol, draw some cards.
Yeah, maybe a Tempest shows up.
Exactly.
Oh, it doesn't want to sit on the hallowed ground for the extra coin flip. Going in for the slashing finisher, more attack doesn't even do anything. I guess the light banner can be finished off. Going for the honorable kill. But maybe kkoryu can lion arm himself out of this situation. Could draw 3 and then who knows what. Maybe find some heals. Although unfortunately with the Lancer on the table, any healing that goes on is benefiting Zeron here. But between the Regalia and the pump up, able to at least take that down. Next turn though, probably just gonna see an Immo. Could see some funsies with Vitriol, but Choose your lethal, Yoka. Maybe replaces the final answer, heals himself, and then doesn't get the hit. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a straight up kill. Okay, we're not seeing a kill. Oh wait, never mind, that went through the MO, or the regalia already. Alright, and with that 4, yohkagamine! Taking game number 1 against kkoryu. Alright, congratulations! But we're on to game number 2 for that series. Are you ready to jump into game number 4?
Yep.
Alright, let's go in 3, 2, 1, base. Yohkagamine versus kkoryu. The second game. This blistering scorn is going to be really good against these sun wisps. Gonna have to be careful not to lose his own in the meanwhile. And opening up with a sun wisp, now has a 6-card hand. As for kkoryu, I'd recommend a lion on the tile and then a healing mystic in front of it, or maybe a silver guard knight right on the mana. The mana wasn't taken last turn though, so maybe an opener like what he did last time is not going to get punished. Okay, lion into mystic. That seems decent. Generally, you'll want the mystic in front of the lion to block it from just getting traded by the wisp in the general. It's just gonna eat the mana with the cat. Well, a healing mystic is a little better when you can use it to heal the lion for the extra hit.
Okay.
But this makes the turn kind of simple for Yoka. Because I feel like there's extreme prejudice on the cat and you're good. Okay, could put a healing mystic on the top mana and to block the bottom mana. Instead it's the Azure Herald. Well, it's almost the play I had in mind. I feel like Mystics are a little bit early game. The Sunriser Knight. There's Silver Guard. Gonna block any movement here. The Sun Sister could be generating a lot of cards. You don't even need to play the cards that you get, you can just replace them and get something else. Could respond with the Silver Guard Knight of her own. But instead, Zeron's gonna equip a gold troll. Oh, and it hits the knight, which means the herald can just kill it. The herald has other things in mind. Tried to kill it with the vitriol, but lost that coin flip. So gonna have to cash in the healing mystic. Maybe just likes the positioning of this herald more and wanted to keep it up there.
Yeah, I do like that now that I see the playstyle like that.
Yeah, it's like you're playing against a false.
Can't holy MO everything. Yeah.
Regalia face go.
Wow.
That's how you get your health to 420. Not gonna have any opportunities to generate some spells off Sun Sister Strobe, so maybe it's just a Silverguard Knight turn. It's slightly too huge to clear with the Regalia. Silverguard. SGK. Can't contest the Regalia yet, so just biding his time. Primus Fish shows up, but there's nothing to pop up with it. So it's just getting tempoed out. Although I think Tempest and then attacking would have been a better turn. Maybe he wanted to go for a Holy Immo attack. It's kind of a resource burner. Oh no, Tempesting his own unit. At least the Regalia took the hit from the Tempest, so it's almost the play I had in mind. Okay, surely now is the time Yoka falls back and just spams with the troll. Especially with the Sunrise Cleric showing up. Yeah, the diagonal step back into playing the Cleric between seems pretty good. Because then there's still mana for the Afterglow. Everything but the general is getting hit. So attacking once gets rid of the Regalia defensive buff, and then the Vitriol can just finish it off from there. So I think both these units are going to want to attack. Yoka is not the kind to fall back, let me tell you. Passing the turn, does the extra 2 damage thanks to the artifact in the circle. Oh no, he's healing Mysticking. Gold Vitriol is getting a free hit. But the ammo is the equalizer. And does have the claim for next turn if too good of a board happens. Like Starop plus Knight, I'd probably just kill that, the claim. Pretty even, but just has to fight through the regeneration deficit. Pretty strong play. Minion into Immo.
That was strong.
Claim barely does anything. Oh, it's Fast Cat. So probably place this to the right of the knight and then take 2 steps right, is what I'm thinking. Oh, yeah. Claim for 1.
You wanna force Zaran off. Okay.
No Fast Cat. Well, congratulations, yohkagamine today, for taking the series 2-0. Well, technically he doesn't have lethal yet. Still needs to find something.
Place Scintilla.
Has a bonkers amount of healing. So the Saber Spine is still good here. But to not die, it has to be placed diagonally and then attack up and then run to the right and play both BTA. But even that can be cleared. Well, it's cat time. Undoes all the healing that's been done and goes down fighting. Alright. Congratulations, yohkagamine, for the 2-0. And is now actually playing kopiuyt next, which is our 2-time champion that's currently in here. You can see little trophies next to his name in this art. Yeah, gonna be some cool stuff. Ready for the first game of that series.
Yep.
Alright, we're jumping into it in 3, 2, 1. Based. And we're not taking a close look at all of the deck lists this time, because there's a lot of decks. All the decks are public, so you can't check them out. And when we've got half the players eliminated, then we can do more in-depth looks at who's here and what they're playing. We got the first Wanderer. Reva's a pretty good one for the Wanderer too, because 2-2 ranged on a BBS is pretty nice. Yohkagamine's got some Solaris. This is actually a pretty good alternative to Spelljammer and Rift Beast. 5 mana 3/3 with the Zeal draw 2. Seems pretty nice. Wow, turn 1 Rift Beast. What a strong opener. This card is just so good. Jam this thing in so many decks. Skillfully draws it on turn 1 as a Wanderer player, having the 1 copy of it. The trick to playing Wanderer is you always just have the 1 card you need. It's It's not going to be able to immediately draw unless something crazy happens with spells. Pretty nice circle placement. The general can't just immediately go to it, and how about another circle? That's cool opener. Sunrise, sunrise, mystic. His hand quality is kind of suffering now, though. Barely has anything in there. Killing Edge plus Misdragon Seal on Rift Beast to turn into a beast. It would be a 5/5. That'd be funny. This is an opener that you ever see. Like, 2 clerics and healing. What? Like, do you deny the mana? Do you prep to go for it by threatening it? Do you try to kill a unit? You gotta get the mana right. So I feel like putting a panda on it or stepping on it's good. Or the panda to be anywhere. Just to block the Rift Beast. Alright, that seems good too. MDS to eat the tile. Could potentially use the ability to draw, and there it is. Draws a bird. You ever see this thing?
Actually, yeah, it's I've used it. It's in my Ox deck.
Really? It's not an Arcanist though. What is it? Yeah, 3 mana, 3/4 flying. It's pretty solid in this deck because it'll be a 4/3 or 4/5 flying. And yeah, if you use an ability on the Rift Beast, it can't attack. So maybe this opener wasn't optimal because now everything can just come in. Is attacking the panda 3 times even worth it? Probably. Actually, maybe the Rift Beast is a better target here. Just bonk that with all the minions, all of them survive. Pretty much. Well, dead beast, but it did draw a card, so it replaced itself. And eating the mana prevents the gold vitriol from coming down too. So it actually did seem like a pretty good opener. Panda is going to be able to do some serious cleaning up.
Hit with that sunrise flare.
Yeah, maybe he just sees that all these units are gonna die with the panda no matter what. But that does allow the Lancer to proc twice.
Yeah.
EMP is a pretty nice answer, but that is a couple turns out. Thunder Bomb is not huge enough. Juxtaposition would do it. Even Key Beholder is decent.
You could move Panda to the center. Oh. No, you wouldn't want to do that.
I would think Jux the...
Man, Zoran already being buffed to 4 is Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, not gonna Jux the Lancer in to kill it. Even chip damage from the Panda and the Thunder Bomb.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
first.
you can just bomb it for 3 now. Hopefully it's got a different idea in mind. Gets out the ranged. Looks like the Sunbloom's gonna have to get thrown on it. Or get lucky with a gold vitriol hit. Gold vitriol actually seems really solid. Because it'll proc twice and the panic can get deleted before then. There's a 1 in 3 chance this beholder gets missed. Yeah, we're seeing that with this. Oh, and the Afterglow too? Wait a minute. That's a lot of chances to hit this key beholder. So far, both hits just going towards the general. The third hit finally gets at least one of the ranged units, but it's not even the 3-1. Rather. Although the chip damage has been healed up, so it's not a lethal kill anymore. Ooh, Crimson Guide's a nice one. Summoning Circle gives you a +1 to whatever gets summoned on it. So it does an impression of the Wanderer.
That's a cool card. I like this edition card.
Yeah, you can play it turn 1 no matter what. And it gives you like some funny business on the board that you really play around.
Yeah, it adds to positioning, which this game loves.
Yeah. The board. It's so meaningful. Here it is now. And it drops immediately after turn. So could it be Key Beholder, the Lancer, and then Juxtapose to finish it off? No. This thing's just getting... It's probably not going to be able to get through the bird. Or Zuzu's pretty tanky. Kopiuyt's Strength is still in reserve, 5 cards in hand. Wonder is a little smaller than it used to be. Kopiuyt's got some Gauntlet trophies too, stacked alongside the fancy ones that you can see while he's playing. So you cannot allow Crimson Guide to just live. So it gets cut down right away. Kopiuyt's running out of places to run though. This run is coming. It is just enough time for EMP to come online now. So just send the bird to the back. Could even be a Kron turn, but Wanderer seems decent too. Doesn't add to the board as much as it used to, but an Anthem's an Anthem. Yeah, Kron makes the choice a lot harder because you can't just replace. You gotta consider Kron. Because playing Kron after replacing is like, oh, I guess you're placed into it, right?
Yeah.
But this thing spitting out 3/3 sounds like a game ender to me. So the line of play is probably Wanderer, then
doesn't
EMP.
have any. Kopiuyt doesn't have any movement spells in general, so he's
Yeah, Flicker would teleport behind
definitely
something.
working himself into a corner.
Misty Step would be a good one. Should be able to drop an EMP between himself and Saran here.
Yeah, he's lucky. He's lucky he's held on to that.
Yeah, that's a good hold. Okay, it's time for Chrono on the summoning tile. That seems really good. And a backup provoke. Herald can still get towards this Heartseeker though. But there is still this bird on the loose. With Jux, it means something could just be sent to the corner. There's some consideration to bring the Sunrise Cleric up here to hit the Ruined Slave. Just so it can clear the provoke, so it's not Zeron stuck here for 2 turns. But instead, Sunrise Cleric coming in. I would have put the Herald there, but I guess this works too. Bird couldn't avoid coin flips forever. Finally gets roasted by the Vitriol. EMP on the summoning tile, I think, would be really good. Or it turns its own buff off immediately, so that wouldn't actually be an 8/8. Pretty dire situation for Kopiuyt, stuck in the corner. His opponent at max life. The gigantic buff. EMP's got some heavy lifting to do. It is blocking off one of the 3 angles of attack, which is pretty big. Because there was a lethal setup there between these Sunrisers. Primus is pretty nice in this situation. Kind of give yourself an extra 6 hit points.
Can Kopiuyt clear EMP here?
I think what the play is yohkagamine drops a Sunriser in its face.
I mean, yeah, sorry, I meant
Yeah.
yohkagamine can... But do you want to move off the healing tile? Probably, since you're at full health.
Okay, Sunriser in the back. It could just get punched by an EMP. Two Sunrisers. The setup for lethal next turn. can't clear both. Shieldmaster is decent. Yeah, there's just too many targets. Plus, holy ammo in hand. The situation is just gonna get worse. Never got a chance to deploy the Wanderer while keeping the board going. Just needs a planar scout, so he can drop it in the corner and then jux one of the the Sunrisers back there. Or better yet, the replace spell immediately after to go where it went. You just substitute yourself with it. So Primus can keep stuff locked down for a turn. Maybe Wild Tar's decent. Fizzling Mystic's okay. Immo is still a huge problem. So Fizzling is just going to clear what it can, so there's nothing already in range for it. So what we're going to want to see from Yoka is Immo probably on the center here. Just drop something. And then a general attack on the Shieldmaster, and then Sunriser slashes for lethal. Has 9 mana to work with. Usually the problem with Holy Immo is it needs a small body to be cast on. Back in the day, they had this pet slow that I think was 0 mana. I think it is that into Immo.
Yeah. Slow and Holy Immo was pain in the ass.
The only 0 mana pet tricks you can do these days involve Fault or just ramping with Vet. So Holy Immo pushes 4 damage and weakens the Shieldmaster enough that the general can just clear it. Instead it's up there, that's weird. It still works though. Just need to do a general slash. What? Well, yeah, I guess the Immo actually needed to be on the general. For it to be on this Azure Herald didn't quite get the clear and buys kopiuyt next return. Although from this place, it seems like there is no escape. Blitz on Hellion actually does some funny work, but the Sunriser is just too much.
Yeah, it's too late. Backed into a corner with nowhere to go.
Yeah. Has a Thunder Bomb, but actually can't target himself with it, so can't do the stylish finisher on himself. But can show off this cool new card to everyone. It just weakens everything in front of it, and although it's got a Abyssian color palette, it hangs out neutral, so any deck can use it. Pretty nice stuff. But with 2 Lancers, yohkagamine can fight through the debuff. And it has enough for a lethal strike. Taking game number 1 versus kopiuyt. Congratulations, Yoka. Kopiuyt could potentially bust out a Lionar deck of his own that seems to be using a bunch of artifacts. I don't know if that'll be better against a heal, but ready for the next game.
Yep.
Going in 3, 2, 1. Going into it. It is time. Running it back. Some pretty strong openers on both sides. Crypto turn 1 to 3 was pretty nice. And we got the Sunwist opener again. Draining Wave is pretty good in Heal Nar specifically because you give yourself some ability to heal.
Yeah, you can reach those 4 health minions in the back.
You can delete stuff like a Forward Magi with it. Ooh, the Fadeaway opener. You do this when you really don't want your general or the enemy to get some hits in. So a Draining Wave means the Panda takes out the Sunwisp, which is probably fine.
I'm not gonna replace this until
usually you replace when you've got multiples of a card in your hand, just like get better hand texture, but Scintilla is so good in the deck. I guess that's an exception. Could heal the full between the Azure and the Healing Mystic. Scintilla spoil the mana tile. Nope, we're going for the full heal. And makes the mana really hard to get. Could still get it with a 2-drop and like a Maw or something.
I think I would have played Herald right in his face.
Yeah.
Start forcing him into a corner again.
Because now Kopiuyt's got the option of a single step forward left, which seems alright. Because that mana can be eaten now. Although the diagonal step would still get there. With the refresh, and actually the Maw getting the mana matters here because now Heartseeker can come out. Very nice. This game's going much better for Kopiuyt. Sun Sister always feels like such an awkward card. I never really include it, but now that it's got the buff, there's some consideration for it. Play here is probably 2 attacks plus Scintilla. Use Scintilla right in front of the Heartseeker, just to put the pressure on. Yeah. Tigris. Is either that or Kron. Tiger wins out because he can do this. Well, that is a must-answer minion, but yohkagamine does not have any answers right now. Best answer, I guess run the healing mist again and emo it? That doesn't even finish it off. I think Starope is the replace here, and usually is. But Zeron does have issues with her hand running out, so you gotta do something with that. So between the Sun Sister Strobe and the Solaris, she can get a refill. Okay, it looks like we're seeing the MO after all. Latigrus is way too crazy to give space. Because there's Killing Edge in this deck, and if that went on Latigrus, it's basically over. Deals with Latiger pretty well. This is probably the Wanderer turn, because that just makes a Kron turn so much better. Back in the day,
Start
7-7.
running away back into the open. What?
Oh, it's Kron after all. Well, this is fine too. Get Kron generating units earlier, and then next turn when they can actually hit, they'll be huge.
Yeah.
Danger level's critical, but claim is a turn too slow. Sunriser can't chew through it.
That was a really good turn just before. I think that was better than Wanderer.
Yeah, because this situation's so awkward. Like Sunriser hit, and then Sunrise Cleric, it's still living. Okay, Sunriser to at least kill the Heartseeker seems good. Can either Sunrise Cleric himself or heal up Kron. I'm sure hoping he doesn't heal up Kron because that puts the BBS on cooldown for 2 turns. Well, that takes out the small range, but then there's this big range. And Kopiuyt's got to get an opportunity to play around Claim now. So I think Wanderer into either Kron finishes off Sunriser or the range plus the general. Primus Fist is actually pretty sick with the ranged unit. But I can't imagine that's better than Wanderer. Yeah, falling back to not hang around with this healing circle. Okay, so it looks like a claim on everything but the flyer. Which is one hell of a blowout. I guess one of the only ways to play around claim would have been to put the Wanderer down somewhere lower. But Kopiuyt's got a gigantic hand. You should be able to drop some more stuff. EMP, it's probably not its moment for it. Maybe just a Rejuvenator? Push an extra damage with the fist. Could also just drop EMP to tempo at a 7/7. And then got the Panda Seal for any threats. So replaces and find a Bloodbound Mentor. Pretty strong.
Oh, I would have flown away.
Just keeping it there so Zeron can't like take 2 steps up and drop a Silverguard Knight. So surely one of these Sunrisers are getting replaced. Nope, we're just gonna keep both of them.
I think I'll...
Nope. Here goes the flyer. And of course, going to approach. Because as soon as a Lancer shows up, then it's go time. Well, we've got a ton of Zerons. We still got opportunity for a campy one. With the trick with the Bloodbound Mentor now, Reva can fade away and just make infinite 2/2 ranged. Or at least 2 per turn.
Reva's running away.
Yeah, it was...
Too much space now.
Yeah, with all these archers, this is just gonna be the beatdown. The Sunriser cannot get close enough. Like, the best reach out possibility is take a step and then 1 drop into, then drop it. And then do like a little bit of chip damage. That's not how you win. Gold Vitriol is gonna fall off immediately. It seems like a really strong hand for Yoka, but there's just so much on the board. So rolls and kills a Heartseeker. I would have expected the general to take a slash at the Heartseeker before doing that.
Yeah.
So now it's going to take durability off of it. Oops. Okay, well, 2 more shots and then it goes. Rift Beast here for the fill up again. Oh, Healing Sage. If the Bloodbound Mentor dies, this could just bring it back.
The healing is optional on Healing Sage, yeah?
Yeah, you could
So
opt to not do it.
you don't have
so.
to ping off
Yeah.
Vitriol. Yeah.
At the top, when you're dropping opening gambit, there's a big cancel button that stops your summon, and at the bottom, there's a big skip button. So I most recently did that with a Celebrant because I wanted to take a mana, but I didn't want to generate one. Rift Beast in the back. This is an excellent backliner. One-sided Spelljammer. And here's some insurance.
Wow.
Oh no, he's playing into the 3x3 again, Aperient's Claim. Maybe it was just the one in the deck though, so it doesn't have to play around it anymore.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that one up. Does in fact only have 1 claim, so Kopi doesn't need to play around it anymore. We got 2 circles, only one of them can proc. We got card draw. The Azure Herald and the circles actually don't work together because the Herald will top off Zeron, which is too much healing. And then a Sun Wisp at the end of turn. Really, this should have been at the start of turn, in case what it drew mattered. Nope, we're just gonna go for the MO. Takes out the Bloodborne Mentor. Where's it Bloodbound? I always do that mix up. It's only down to 11 health. I do like his unit spread though. But doesn't have a lot of space to work with. Doesn't have a ton of health either. Gonna have to be pretty decisive here. Like, I don't think it's worth it to chip your general damage just to pump up the Adventurer to kill the Knight in one. So when you're playing Healing Sage, you have to keep track of what units had died last turn because it's not going to tell you what's in the pool of Resurrection. In this case, it's just the Mentor and a Heartseeker, but the Heartseeker is a token unit, so it's not going to get pulled out by the Healing Sage. So it looks like we're shooting the Sunriser for 4. Sunset Paragon shows up. Doesn't get any clearing, but does do a ton of damage, so it's worth it. Because now the ranged units can do the clean out. Good time for the pony to show up. Linar is pretty resistant to it, but this is still really good. The Sunriser is kind of an awkward one to hit. But is it going to have to be a Thunder Bomb on the Sunrise player? Yeah, that takes out the artifact too. Pretty nice. It's like a Deca Decimation. Everything's gone.
Wow.
let's see you heal yourself out of this. Maybe Sun Wisp could draw something incredible. And even if an attack buff starts rolling with the Lancer, EMP is already ready. Just gonna shut it down.
Yep.
And putting a faraway Silverguard Knight just to eat this thing's turn is not the play, so it's staying nearby where it has Zeal. And then Scintilla BBS for heal? Guess that's it. Can't be casting Immos forever. Ooh, Assassination Protocol is really funny for these ranged units, like the Sport Avenger. The Heartseeker doesn't have a space it can walk to that it can shoot the Scintilla though for free, because the Rift Beast already did its action. It might have been better if the Rift Beast took a step to the right. But this works too. Let's trade the pony for it. EMP does so much more damage than good. It is big as unit though. But Shiro shows up. I would just cast it for the cuteness factor. Also, Healing Sages revive the pony. Okay, and another full clear. And Shiro's just here for the surround more than it is the buff. So there's no easy way to take a step and then drop a unit and then maybe do yet another MO.
Yeah, that's actually better than what I was thinking.
Decimate is going to do... I was just talking about this card. It kills everything except what's killing Zeron presently. So Zeron's just going to take out the Healing Sage with her phase, decimate the rest of the nonsense. I don't know, I feel like taking 2 steps to the right and then doing that would have been good, but doing it this way so the Vitriol immediately gets a hit. Really wanted to hit and kill this Heartseeker, but no such luck. And is down to a single 2-drop in hand. Yoka is out of gas. So to drop out this Primus, Kopiuyt actually has to advance towards the knight, which isn't great. Maybe the Primus just hangs out in the back line, or one column over from it.
Maybe Heartseeker should move over to, then drop Lightbender right behind Zeran, and then hit, and then Primus.
Definitely much more interested in taking out this artifact and pushing damage than clearing this minion. Which seems fun, because maybe this Primus can buy all the time that's needed. And draws a spiral technique, so Yoka's health is actually 8 lower than it appears.
Yeah.
Which means lethal is coming next turn.
Lethal is coming.
Songhai Classic. Chat was mentioning spiral technique earlier. They summoned it. So Sun Sister here generating some removal for the back line, which is actually enough. Rust Crawler's pretty nice, but the Vitrol's basically fallen off already. So something has to hit for the spiral technique to actually work. Maybe an EMP is the best bet of connecting. And there it is. This EMP is a real problem. The game was kind of manageable, but I guess it just has to be ignored. Yoka's just stepping around it. And is at the mercy of top deck. Well, here it is. 8 to the face. How about another 8 at 16? We got 2 from the general. Let's sweeten the pot. Oh! And then down to 1. No, wait, down to 7. Well, spiral technique. The lethal is there. Congratulations, kopiuyt. Ties up the series 1-1. And that is it for yohkagamine games. Yoka got 5 wins though, so I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of them in the bracket. That Zeron was just slicing stuff up and doing pretty good. kopiuyt navigated at that game. Yeah. Next up we've got vipera versus kkoryu. Ready for that.
Right.
Okay, we're going into game 7 in 3, 2, 1, based. Kkoryu has got large cat, small cat, actually isn't replacing, or maybe got it served to him afterwards. Ooh, can do the double BTA opener. It's a weird and rare opener that really punishes your hand quality, but you can drop a 5-drop. Kkoryu not opting to do that, which is reasonable. BTAs are usually better when they can use their thing.
Yeah, especially when you need a ping off vitriol.
Yeah. Or any of these 3 health minions. I think Spelljammer on the mana spring in front of him is the play. But instead we see a forward cat. What does? Do some work blocking the diagonal. Just gonna eat the diagonal. And put Healing Sage within slashing range. Usually you don't want to put incidental units on units, especially Zerons, but early game it's fine because their BBS isn't even online. And this thing cannot run away from the cat now. It's basically forced to trade unless this Lucid Beam comes out or something. Maybe Lucid Beaming the line is the play. Because the Healing Sage number 2 would make it work. A Lucid Beam without juice? This line of play I did not foresee. But there it is. Healing Sage, put the first Healing Sage at a Tempest range. Regalia! He loves Regalia. If we can Regalia in face, we will. Well, this match is working out for him. 10 hit point advantage, not too shabby. Venator's hand is not action. Healing Sages have nothing to revive. They could potentially revive each other, so they're pretty much invincible. Oh, Sunriser it is. Taking it out with Regalia is probably the play. Nope, just going face is the place. Push every last point of damage. Okay, it looks like the Regalia is falling off now. This chip damage is pretty strong with these cats though, because you don't ever want to be at 7 health or lower. Which is where he's going. Dispelled the roar, he'll just add another one. Now, Saber Spine doesn't even need a roar to for lethal. It's working!
It is working.
Sunriser finally finishes it off. Trinity Oath into Trinity Oath, love to see it. Regalia number 2 still holding out strong. But looks like all these guys are gonna, or at least Sage is gonna trade itself for a pip. That doesn't sound worth it. Because if you have 2 Healing Sages and your Sunriser dies, you can revive 2 copies of it.
That's powerful.
Okay, it's always good to take out the artifact too. The Sunriser doing so much incidental damage.
Oh.
The Alpha's not
right
quite there. That's 7 damage. If the Roar was up, that would be it with the extra mana. So maybe this is like some kind of turn to drop a Spelljammer? I feel like Sunriser is going to be a pretty big problem. Maybe the cat needs to eat it. It's not going for it. That was close. 2 hit points.
That was close.
Yeah, those healing points mattered. But Grasp the Venator getting the first win in the series. So we could potentially be seeing the Death Witch deck coming out again. We did see a bit of that earlier. Or kkoryu's got the option of going into Voth. Ready for the second game of that series?
Yep.
Let's go in 3, 2, 1, we're going. And we're here. Line our dittos. It's more of those. We got a slightly hotter opening with these Flame Blood Warlocks. If one of these was cast last game, it actually would have been kkoryu's game. But it's still what you want in the deck, so one of them gets kept. Oh, the healing Mystic Opener just undoes that. Jeez. The mascot of Duelist basically counters this thing. Okay, had himself 2 mana, but decided against dropping a cat or a Primus. I would have at least put down a Lion.
Yeah, right below the general.
Yeah. Because with Celerity, you can still get the mana.
You could also run over and hit Sunrise.
Well, looks like it's time for Lancer to take over the game. There is a Lightbender at least. Oh, a Knight without Zeal. Just trying to play stuff towards this Lancer as much as possible to catch it. Because now next turn you can take 2 steps out and then a Lightbender can be dropped. Ooh, that actually... The forward Knight is an opportunity here for Venator. Because now the Lancer can hit it. And with 2 heal procs, this attack is getting out of control. Ugh. Unfortunately, a Lightbender can't hit both the Lancer and the Sunriser. The positioning is just too awkward. So turning off the Sunriser's text and the buff is probably what's going on. That buff is gonna get reaccumulated so quickly. Oh no! Oh no! He did the thing. Ooh, might be a short game. Sun drop elixir first? Not even. Well, Lightbender takes care of that, but there's still the issue of way too many units. And without anything with Provoke, Venator is going to be able to get his 2nd win in the series. Boom, takes the 2 up. Congratulations, Venator. Good stuff, good stuff.
Good
Next up, going to be facing Kopiuyt, a much more seasoned opponent. Ready for Venator versus Kopiuyt, game number 1. Alright, let's go into this in 3, 2, 1. I pasted it, by the way. Kopiuyt with a pretty similar looking deck. Although we have our D20s here. The mana tiles are looking pretty different too from last time we did a cast. You'd have to compare footage to really see. It has kind of a striking look to it when you collect it, because the circles linger for a long ass time. Okay,
yeah,
Lancer
cool
in the back.
fade out.
Yeah, this actually allows a more explosive turn later of Warlock plus Healing Sage to immediately get a bump. I would have just tempoed out the Warlock first and had like an inefficient turn, but this seems pretty good. Because this Lancer absolutely crushed in like every game, it's pretty much. It's kind of MVP for the archetype. Kopiuyt probably gonna want a Silverguard Knight into Blood Tear is kind of sketchy because it puts on damage that can be healed. SGK. So by pinging the Lancer, at least it'll now die to one hit from the Knight. Dawn's Eye is a pretty nasty artifact. If you're fighting this, you really need to take care of all the pips, because if you leave it with one, it's just gonna go back up to 3. In fact, we see multiple Dawn's Eyes. So Venator can run his Lancer into the corner to buy basically a turn for it. Maybe do some body blocking to keep it more locked in. Lucent Beam to finish it off. Pretty good, but it did take a lot of cards. But that seems fine, because this board is so strong. Healing Mystic seems like the thing to kill, but then what? Or the Cleric could be killed and the Sage ignored. Because who cares if they revive a 1/3? But it would be Breaker if the Sunforge Lancer is finally killed and then it just gets revived. So they really both have to be taken out. The Roar simplifies that a bit. Could step in range of the Zeron. That seems incorrect, so just the Cleric gets killed. And it's just a Lancer in the back. But there isn't much for removal that doesn't cost 7 mana. It's not like people are running the 3 mana Martyrdom. Sky Burial would do it, but that sees even less play. Trinity Oath really enables the deck, keeps it going.
not sure about that silver guard placement in front of Zoran, because Zoran didn't have to come off the tile.
Yeah, good point. She was able to do good eating while just standing there.
Yeah, just sit there and smack things.
Okay, running away with Dawn. I would have actually expected him to push forward and drop a Lightbender, because I would have hit both these. Okay, well, Venator feels inspired to charge. Takes the center. Probably gonna gold vitriol it up. It doesn't really do much on these artifact picks until they're all taken care of, but this could actually do it between the healing mystic. If he gets a turn, at least with all his mana, shouldn't have a problem shredding artifacts. It's time for Lightbender. Although now it doesn't hit the Lancer. Eye is taken out. Damn, I think fading back that one turn cost the whole game. Like a claim on a 3-drop that was placed first turn doesn't seem right. Morgalia and face, do an impression of kkoryu. Okay. Taking that out. Well, we can see between the Sunriser and the Trinity Oath, it is GG. Almost. That would do 5 damage. Okay, kopiuyt's down to 1. Could Tempest himself. Or that's Venator's finisher. It was really just this Lancer in the back. It's just such a monster, enabling Silverguard Knights to be taken out. I think Venator saw a lethal line there that he could have had last turn. Kopiuyt's going through the motions. What card draw would even be worth it? Trinity Oath immediately doesn't even... It's not that great because 2 cards can only be drawn. Healing Mystic immediately
maybe
procs the Sunriser.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe Mystic behind himself, then Trinity Oath, then a Mystic in front of the Mystic. Or no, no, that don't do either.
Holy ammo. The problem though, this Iran's hitting for 7. In fact, it's hitting for 8. Because Healing Mystic number 2 is now necessary. And then he's got to draw an answer, so really it's 9. Ooh, he drew Argion's Authority. This comboed with the other 2 artifacts, or even just on its own, is pretty good.
Yeah, I've been working on a deck with Argion's Authority. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it completely deletes some archetypes that do like 1-point things. Because armor, you reduce all damage to you by 1. But blowing a hole with a ton of heals and gold vitriol.
Yeah.
Venator scores another win. Well, it's his first win in this series. Ready for Venator versus Kopiuyt the second.
Yep.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. It's time. Time for some more Dying Wish. Does not have a turn 1 carry on Collector, but does have a Lurking Fear, which is about as good. I should be playing with more Sun Wisp, because this is just such a strong turn 1, and it's even a good late game card, which is... To have a card that's good on both ends of the spectrum is really rare. Maybe I didn't want it to be Kazuba food or something. So last time Venator had a Rite of the Undervault, I felt like he just kept it in his hand all game. Lurking Fear. Which means Azure comes up for 1. Okay, interesting positioning, kind of threatening to clean up this 2-1 or to make sure that mana tile gets taken. Well, that opener got stuffed. We're pretty great. Send this knight to Narnia for a bit. And a Void Hunter probably above the goat. Oh, it's in the back. Doesn't want it to get hit just yet. Really wants that Azure Horn Shaman buff on it. Because if this thing's a 4-6, it's a lot more reasonable.
Probably hit with the Wisp. Tempest.
Yeah.
Contest the mana tile and healing. No, probably Tiger. Lion.
Yeah, Tempest hitting these units simultaneously means the Shaman's buff doesn't get applied. There goes.
Yeah, you definitely.
Aurora Azure Lions, pretty scary, hits pretty hard.
Great play.
Yeah.
Yep.
Karen Collector, a little late to the party, but better late than never. Nelly's Nakamadas are on the cheap. Probably wants to just drop one.
Yeah.
Well, Lurking Fear is a pretty good replace. And now we see why he never replaces Rite of the Undervault. Because being able to draw a bunch of 0 costs, quite nice.
And right at 6 mana too.
Perfect timing.
Mm-hmm.
And if he somehow runs out of gas, there's a Nakamata on the field. Light Defender seems like a pretty good way to deal with the Nekomata. But instead, we're just gonna go for the Yimo to clear all the units. I don't agree with replacing a zero-cost unit, but it did happen.
What am I always looking for there?
Nothing's castable. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think 2 Nightmare Operates would have been fine, because more chances for Mechazor. There's actually some consideration to try to stall at it, but yeah, it just wants this land. Now it hits for 12. This is just too much damage. Wow. Thanks to Super Cat, Kopiuyt getting game for 2, tying up that series 1-1.
Wow.
That's the power of the line. Oh wait, this is the wrong graph.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, that puts us at 1 more series left in this group. We've got kkoryu versus Kopiuyt, one of our newest players versus one of our most seasoned. Curious how this one will go. Because they do have similar looking decks, but let's see what happens when they actually clash. Ready for game number 1 of that?
Ready.
Let's go in 3, 2, 1, go, go, go! Indeed, it is the Argyon off. Argyon, who I only learned last year, his name is an anagram of orange, which is kind of funny. Because he's so orange, I guess.
That is...
There's a fun fact of the day.
Is that a coincidence, or was somebody do that on purpose?
Looking at these numbers, if Kopiuyt actually wins both these games, I think we have a 3-way tie with all 3 players getting 3 wins apiece. Whoops, so much for group stage deciding stuff. Let's go, kkoryu. Unfortunately, opened up with the Alchemist in the center to steal the center tile, which was immediately claimed, so the diagonals are not up for grabs. Which would have been a Regalia turn, too. So instead, Blood Tier is...
kkoryu.
He's setting up to get both mana next turn, I guess.
I was going to say credit to kkoryu for jumping in a tournament and trying your best.
Yeah, it's always fun to see people with all skill levels, for sure. Center spot Regalia. Could respond with a Regalia of his own. Oh no, he hit the pass turn button. Oops. Well...
What's happened? Oh no.
Gigantic pile of Regalias. Ooh, I don't know what happened there, but this game is donezo. One Regalia actually is not enough. Needs 2. Does have a second Regalia coming, but the damage has been done. Skipping your second turn is a lot worse than skipping your first. Well, GG. Got a Tempest. GG. I don't know what happened there, but kopiuyt getting the first game. Let's see if kkoryu can rally and get some killer plays in the second game. Ready for that? This is our
Ready.
Last game of the group. Going into it. 3, 2, 1, go. Well, they swapped spots. Sunwist in the back again. kkoryu not a fan of spoiling his own mana tile. Blood's here to take it out, and enough mana for a Regalia. Pretty strong. Probably gonna equip it, but there's some consideration not to if you think your opponent can just ping it off. But it's better than casting Oath. Silver Guard. Putting the Silver Guard Knight in range of all these minions does give the cat... Well, there's no place that it would be put where it's not reaching it anyway. So it's probably just getting attacked with both things here. Or... BTA. This plus the slash.
Yeah, that's
pretty good.
Play. Yeah.
Yeah. Leftover mana for the roar. This lion doesn't need to hit for 12 to be fantastic. Okay, one bite into Healing Mystic. Which puts it at a Tempest range, pretty necessary. Oh, Artifact Hunter finds a Regalia. Although that does eat both his turn and his draw. Tempest Sunwisp might have been a better play there.
Or Primus and Roar.
Yeah.
The lion, yeah.
Well, this thing's in roll range.
Stuck now.
the provoke is super awkward because now one of these minions can't be cleared to drop something like a wisp and then an ammo. Oh, a slash does 1 damage, and then that gets hit by Regalia. And then the Tempest does 1 damage, which at least gets through. Just needs to find the 3rd artifact, and then you can repair the first 2. But has enough damage. Koryu's been slain. Kopiuyt wins 2-0, which that's all our Group A games. And yeah, this is kind of funny. Unless I tallied incorrectly, I see 3 names with 4 wins each. So we're gonna have to do a 3-way tiebreaker between yohkagamine, Venator, and Kopiuyt. Pretty funny.
Cool.
That's I haven't had a tiebreaker of this scale before, but looks like this one's mostly still undecided. Yeah. So Group B is going to be a lot less because we had a dropout. So there's actually only 3 games. Or rather, there's 3 series, so 6 games total. Did you also want to go into Group B for that casting? We can do a bit of a break before we do. Just curious if your casting time is still going.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, I'm still good.
Let's do like a 3-minute break or so. And then I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Alright,
Same.
B. Okay, cool. Let's crack a pack for funsies. But yeah, we're gonna be flying into the next group. I don't have any golds in this hit. Did get a Ghost of Zayla, which is nice. Okay, next up is group number B. Featuring aridex and dtanmango, one of the many mangoes, and Witch King 6. Yeah. And since we don't have any Leon games, it's quite a few less, and it looks like each player... Yeah, we just got our 3 series. Ready to go into the first of those series, which is aridex versus dtanmango.
Ready.
Alright, going into it. 3, 2, 1, based. So, let's see if we got some Shidai. Oh, we do have Shidai. Excellent. Kensho Vortex, Knuckle Storm. This is my kind of deck. Spiral Technique. Panda to take care of nasty stuff. How's that for an opener? Phoenix Fire to the face.
Lets you know.
Yeah, let's know what's up. I mean, not everyone's gonna be able to respond with Healing Mystic or the Azure Herald. And there is a reason to do this. It's not just pushing the clock up, but Mantra or Kensho Vortex wants you to be casting as many spells as possible beforehand. Get our first sighting of the Gatekeeper here. Ever see a 3-mana 4/7? People always talk about the 4-mana 7/7, but they never talk about the 3-mana 4/7.
Gatekeeper is so good.
It's so good. Like, this isn't even a Kalios deck, and it's not even a Wanderer deck. It's not even a Songhai deck, but it's still great. And there's multiple. The funny thing about this card is it has a tribe.
Yeah. He's the lone elf. He's
Yep.
wandered into the duelist world.
Just have an elf here. It's like Captain Hank card. We have one astronaut here. And if both gatekeepers could be dropped, it'd be a sandwich, but just the one here. Well, the metal file belongs to this thing now. Dagona is a rare one. Used to see it a lot with Ox. It's actually cheaper than it was last year.
Yeah, I'm surprised it got buffed to 7.
Yeah, I like it with Hate Furnace because you can eat something and then you just get an immediate attacker. But it needs a creature to drop on, so maybe not great. If you don't have any other payoffs for ramp, it's a consideration. And Banner has all kinds of ramping, so they need some top end. Sometimes people get really creative with the top end. You start seeing stuff like the 10 power Flying Drake.
Put the mana and did nothing. Okay.
Yeah, just to eat it.
Didn't
want to.
Okay.
Well, yeah, max hand size. Kotetsu is a really good spell to get off Petal Fury, but it's really conditional. Firestorm Mantra is like the Abracadabra I win card. You can even fire it off in the middle of a match just to get a chunk of damage and healing in.
I gotta take a look at what all's in dtanmango's deck here.
Yeah, Kensho Vortex. It's a pretty funny one. Wait, no one has Kensho Vortex. He's got Mana Vortex. Some Blood Rage masks to reach across from afar. The Pandos you actually can't have next to Shidai because she can just transform it into a card draw spell with Bamboozle. Usually you see Gatekeeper in decks that can get around it. Like in Vanar, they have swapping technology with the Hearth Sister. So that's one way to get the Gatekeeper in. The other big reason why you'd see a lot of Gatekeeper in Vanar is Vanar love using silence. You'll see stuff like the Moose, Gatekeeper, Cell Soul, just all bundled together with a bunch of Lightbenders. You turn off all these downsides, like Daganora no longer spits back out the minion and such. And same goes with the Wisp. The Spell Banner is pretty fun, because you just incidentally have a ton of answers for some toxic decks. But the spell doesn't do anything against this kind of Shidai deck.
Thinking here.
Oh, he's thinking it's time to get this Gatekeeper in. Hello, Gatekeeper.
Every time I see the Dispel symbol, you know, the talking bubble, I feel like the minions are talking to you.
You can click on it to get their dialogue. Like, this minion wants to chat.
Yeah.
It's like a little notification of dialogue. Gatekeeper wants to tell you how much ass he's kicking. Already down to 14 health. The one Crescent Spear in the deck is here. Turning all these nukes way up. Oh no, replaces at the end of turn, but finds a mantra. That's something to do. Doesn't have any support for it at the moment. Usually you want a handful of cheap spells. You can kind of make by just with the BBS. Dagonoas, these actually, the Dagonos can't be dropped. Because the opening gambit is weirdly limited in that you can only cast it to devour. Wisp is actually pretty nasty. dtanmango really needs all the mana he can get. Transforms these into 1/2 Pandos, which is not ideal because they can still break off this spear, but it's better than having something with high stats nearby. And is really suffering from having a low hand size. Could really do with getting the Onyx Bear Seal Bamboozle combo. Not finding it though. Doesn't bother repositioning because there's nowhere you can run. This BBS is coming. The painter has enabled the fish. Soon the fish will become a panda bear. That does it for the Crescent Spear, though. I guess it did some work. I actually don't like that card. It used to have +1 attack on it, but ever since the nerf, I've been like, no thanks. But Morgan still believes in it. And so does dtanmango.
Yeah, he contested that nerf and then still plays it, so
Yeah.
interesting.
Finally, the namesake of the deck is showing up.
Ooh. Ooh.
Knuckle Storm plus BBS plus Firestorm Mantra is a way to win.
Yep.
Not gonna have the mana to do much with it though. But I don't think another turn can be waited for. It's gotta be Knuckle Storm, BBS Mantra. Actually, not even BBS.
Nah, cause he's down he lost one of his mana because of
Yeah, the Wisp. That Wisp was
stolen, then transformed. He never got it back,
that was totally a game breaker for sure.
and that set him back. Yeah, or else.
Because this turn we could have gotten like a huge BBS, or yeah, the Knuckle Storm has to be replaced as a result. Forward Magi is okay. It might buy a turn. Knuckle Storm for one more, and that does all the that's like the mantra food gone though, so it's not gonna be a Firestorm coming out for a bit.
He should have held on to that Knuckle Storm.
Maybe this will work. If a minion can connect, then that's it. Because EMP is gonna take out the Magi, but the Spelljammer gets in, so Faye's gonna have to move. Big nuking on both sides, a lot of inevitability. If Firestorm doesn't get it, the Warbird will. And aridex probably needs to take 2 steps backwards to not get hit by Spelljammer. How about EMP the second?
Yeah.
Yeah, just one EMP hit's gonna do it, because between the Warbird and the Crypto, that's just too much damage. So I think Mantra cants itself, it would hit for 6 after 2 BBS castings, and then with the Petal Fury that, or with the Blood Rage Mask, that actually adds up. But it was 1 mana short of that play. Needed something like an Enchanter to happen. Spelljammer. Maybe there's another turn after all? Teleport an enemy minion 1 space actually is pretty useful.
Wow. He survived for another.
Yeah, the hope is still on. The BBS is going to be back, and then Mantra's going to be at max. Yeah, 1 EP down. Oh, just rips the Mantra off. I would have held out a little bit more, but actually with 3 health, any Phoenix Fire draw in this game, or Cobra Strike. It in fact was not. That was a pretty good barrage of BBS we saw there at the end for aridex to take the win. Yeah, and aridex gets the first game of Group B over dtanmango. We might see the Excelius deck come out from dtanmango, or maybe we got some more DW. Ready for game number 2.
Ready.
Going in 3, 2, 1. I'm going in. Okay, they've mixed up positioning. But we are still on Knuckle Storm. Maybe Blood Rage Mask can actually do something this game. Circulus of the Gatekeeper. It's not exactly synergistic, but seems real good. Especially with the Bloodbound Mentor hanging out. Oh no, another Wisp. This is like the most menacing Vanar minion. It's like land destruction and magic. Plus it ramps.
Yeah, that's a funny way to put it.
They toned back on that a lot because players hated it. I don't want to play my cards. dtanmango does not know why aridex hasn't passed their turn. They're just thinking through all the plays. There was some consideration for using the fast forward button, but I feel like we would immediately get desynced.
Yeah, it's alright. We'll just sit here and talk about them. It's all good.
Get the real-time experience. We haven't had anyone make any plays that are like on the clock yet with the beeping. One Phoenix Fire to cook the Circulus seems pretty good. Gatekeeper steals your mana though, or Gatekeeper just kind of is a threat.
Oh, okay. Not steal your mana.
Yeah, I think taking the mana would still be fine. Or what do you? Is there like a maximum amount of respect that needs to be paid for this Gatekeeper? You can drop a Spell Jammer on the mana and then take 2 steps up. It might be okay. Yeah. Because if the Spell Jammer dies, then whatever, they don't get the symmetric draw. Here's Mantra. The new artifact that Songhai has is excellent with Firestorm Mantra because it just gives you a rock every turn.
Yeah, I've been working on a deck with that. It's pretty interesting. That and Kinsho Vortex.
Yeah.
You know, having that extra rock every time.
You just get so many free spells that it just pays off. You get a bunch of 2-drops once it hits.
True, but you're building up to Kinsho for free. So.
Yeah. In a deck like that, maybe the Spirit to do +1 damage would be good, because then you're doing 2 damage pings. There's also the minion that does it, the Sister, but that's pretty rare. So Hearth Sister allowing Gatekeeper to do a nice little flank. It's probably going to hit Shaddai, just so aridex can get the card draw, but maybe not. Because this Bloodbound Mentor would be threatened. best option seems to be to just run away from the Gatekeeper. Wisp is really funny with Hailstone Prison because you can just keep recasting Wisp to keep draining their mana. I had a pretty funny game against Aeon Strider where he was just basically at 3 mana and I was at 8.
Yeah. I've had games like that too, and it is such a funny thing. And it, you know, then sometimes you'll hailstone them and then drop them again, just for fun. Hit with it, hailstone it, drop it again.
Knuckle Storm plus Phoenix Fire with the mask out. Good chunk of damage. This Gatekeeper can't come in to punish it at all. But between the Hearth Sister, the Warbird in the pocket, and the general attack, the mask can still fall off. Usually Warbird is the card you replace, but this is just the situation for it. You can also reposition the Gatekeeper by Hailstone Prisoning it, because it's so cheap you just drop it again. Well, dtanmango won't mind losing one of these Blood Rage masks too much. Hello. I don't know what aridex is helloing about, but it's his emote arsenal.
Why do you move the Gatekeeper down one?
Yeah, it's further away from the enemy general now. Playing around Thunderbomb, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I see where he moved his general. It makes more sense.
Yeah. dtanmango has a massive problem right now. The board is not his, and this mantra still can't be cast yet. Unless it's just Mana Vortex mantra, but that's like so tiny it doesn't even do anything. Hasn't made a replace yet because these cards are all real. Like Blood Rage Mask could dump the hand just to do some chip damage with the mask, but it's not that much. And depending on what he gets off this, Petal Fury might influence his turn too. The second mantra is pretty bad. Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe both could be cast because it's late enough in the game, and there's a Mana Vortex in the pocket, which really makes them work. But Petal Fury into get the backstab spell and to backstab the Wisp would be great. Instead, we have teleport an enemy minion in one space. And then next turn could potentially even 4-Winds Magi. Again, we're in a situation where the fish can be cast, but it actually can't be cast because there's nothing for it to eat. Actually, it does say any minion, so it turns out you can just eat your own minions. So denying this Wisp opening, or the Dying Wish again. starting to see why the random fish are in the deck. Has multiples of them, and they seem pretty good.
It's kind of crazy at 7 mana.
Yeah, like right next to it is EMP that actually has slightly smaller stats, so it'd lose to it in the fight. And it effectively just healed that minion. Because as soon as Dagona's back, the minion it's back with full health.
Yeah, it spits him back out.
It's time for mantra.
Healed.
Since there's multiple mantra, you can do this turn after turn. Well, if his BBS wasn't on cooldown for 2 turns, next turn's gonna be pretty awkward. With this fish here, and a second bomb on the way. Hey! There is mist walking in this deck.
Ooh.
Nice. Might be a bit too late for that though. So I feel like Malicious Wisp was just the best play here. Even though it's not the biggest creature, it takes mana away. Which is everything for getting in damage with mantra. Okay, no, none of that. Walk short of lethal here. Oh, that's just enough! Okay, the triple hit actually mattered. That's a lot of Warbird. Aridex goes 2-0 over dtanmango. Which puts aridex against not Leon. That was a weird sound that came from your side. Got some dramatic sound effects to kick off our next series. Aridex versus Witch King 6.
I didn't hear anything.
No, it sounded like some kind of sci-fi sound.
Huh. Some kind of glitch in the Matrix.
Oh, I forgot to put a flavor creature next to Witch King 6. It's just Iran chilling out here by herself. Whoops. I totally had one, but that's right. It just isn't there. Oh well. It'll be a mystery what Witch King is running. Ready for game 1 of Aridex versus Witch King 6. We are going into it in 3, 2, 1. Base replay. Time for the first Cassie fill of the day. And there is one other Cassie player in Fuzzymoth. Although his deck's pretty different. He's running 3 times Mind Lathe and the Releaser, and gets some gigantic creatures back from them. Whereas on this side we have Spectral Blade and Ghost Azalea. So it's more standard traditional creep deck. Like what you might see if you're encountering La Boulangère on the ladder. Turn 1 Bristle Crawler into Ooze, pretty nice. Ooze is like the best 2-drop at Abyssium it seems. Although Siren I think gives it some competition. Or Nocturne. Although Nocturne really takes a specialized deck. So does Ooze though, really. Still a generic amazing 2-drop. Which I guess is fine. Part of their faction identity. So immediately getting to the mana thievery. spectral damage go face. Yeah. Spectral blade, good way to push a little bit of extra.
It starts adding up real fast.
It's not getting the healing benefit at all, but it's good enough. Just taking out the start spine right away. And could destroy this artifact, but we'll go down to 12 health. Pet in the neighborhood, just gonna fall back. That does give Witch King a chance to heal it. Goes to Zayla's Castle, but it's only a +3. But yielding depth works at this point. Yielding depths for more yielding depths. Doubling creep damage is pretty good right now. This is going to get an incidental extra thing. And I'm guessing if you get multiples of these, it just multiplies it. So it'll do 4 or 8 damage. Could this be the Hailstone Prison recast Wisp play? It's so rude.
Maybe.
Oh, it is. Oh, your mana is gone. Aridex is gonna start his next turn with 7, but which
such a funny play.
Also a moose. And has the wisp for later.
Yeah, he's moosed him right in his face.
The moose is too big to munch, as it turns out. It's gonna get munched anyway. Oh, there's no way to lose the moose. So it might be a rudeness with Wisp into Gatekeeper or something. Bloodbound Mentor is also ready to go. How about a fish? Betrayal is a really strong spell, but Aridex is nowhere near his minions. It's not doing anything. Or, yeah, if Witch King were to suddenly get a bunch of minions, then we can roll this off, but looks like this fish is coming in for a huge bite. With one more creep, this Obliterate would be alright, but the mana is so destroyed. You just can't even cast Obliterate. I don't know, I'm getting convinced. These Dagonas, maybe you should start putting these in more decks. Look at them go. They're so good with this Wisp in particular. Is game number 1. Going in the direction of aridex. As Witch King cannot defeat multiple Dagonas and just cannot cast this Obliterate. The mana drain was too real. Here's a ping, but there's no punish. Probably needed to play the 1-2 more defensively instead of right in front immediately, because barely any creep was generated, and that ended up being a big issue. Okay, that is game number 1 going for aridex. Ready for game number 2 of him versus Witch King.
Ready.
Alright, gotta go. 3, 2, 1, pasting it. Fateful rematch. You can tell it's a rematch immediately because players who have 2 decks actually need to have different generals for their decks. If that rule wasn't in place, then you would always just have a second deck that was the same general if you weren't doing anything fancy, because they have to play around stuff in that list. Like, if you had a list that just has decimates in it, but you're not running decimates, you're still like in their head rent free. So we have it this setup, so when you're playing them, you can now tell exactly what's going on. And closed deck lists doesn't make as much of a sense because it's possible to see replays, like they're all discoverable, you can just tell what they are. And we wouldn't really be able to cast if it was a closed list and it was supposed to be secret the whole time.
Yeah, it's a good format. I like the way it's going.
Yeah, this format I just kind of came out of my headspace, but I'll ask the community for what kind of format they want to see next time. I'll put everything to vote. I don't know if bans really make much of a sense, but people probably gonna want to do that. The EMP limited to 1 was really popular back when we did it, but I feel like there's a lot of decks that we still haven't seen yet. Abyssal Noble is a pretty cool card. This is just a gigantic sprite. It was designed to fit on like a 2x2. It was like a super boss.
Yeah.
Gotta love games where you've got a Rift Beast that's just completely safe. This Rift Beast just puts you into 2-draw mode, so you can spam more Gatekeepers. But here's a Bound Tormentor to make a copy of the Gatekeeper on the cheap. Maybe this is how we beat Gatekeepers. You just make your own Gatekeepers out of them.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, if things just move to the left, then this Keeper suddenly stops doing anything. So we've got potential for Bloodbound Mentor, bunch of nukes. That would get rid of the Spectral Blade. Yeah. Bunch of incidental damage on the Gatekeeper too. It's probably the hardest BBS to play around because it's just like it can always happen and does so much. Or the blink from Kalios, because you gotta think about movement. It's almost impossible to get away from stuff. We only have a single creep, so this Abyssal Tormentor isn't doing much. But one creep is all the Abyssal Noble needs. But you can play around the Abyssal Noble by just parking a unit on the Shadow Creep. It's got to get answered by something like a Hailstone Prison, because if you give this thing a turn, it'll spit out stuff like Klaxon and other such beasts. All the 6/6s for 6.
Yeah, you can't let those stick at all.
Because even if a unit was parked over Shadow Creep, it'd just get immediately destroyed by Punish. He's going in, set up for the Paragon. It does take out the Noble. Beast is gonna have to attack it though. Sunset Paragon's so good. Sometimes it's all the removal you need. So that Gatekeeper ain't coming back. And pinging this Bloodbound Mentor just so it can leave a creep when it gets... it's not getting punished. Had the mana for it, but is more wary of bigger threats like the fish.
But now he's gonna BDS him to death.
Yeah, doesn't have time to worry about the fish. Oof, only has one Abyssal Energy. It's so low it doesn't even say how many Abyssal Energy there is. The 1x is omitted. Like a single Shadow Nova would juice up all these munches so much. There's all these payoffs, but there's no enablers. Well, this thing at least has Provoke.
To outlive this time.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It could have been the fish, it could have been the pony, it could have been... It was the aridex just has the matchup in the bag. Witch King cannot generate any of this creep. And has fallen. aridex wins 2-0. Since we're 2/3 of the way through this group, that
really
actually that seals his way to the bracket. So now it's really just the dtanmango and Witch King battle it off. So there's no way we're gonna have. Wait, if these guys go 1-1, then we're gonna have more tiebreakers. Well, let's see if a group gets resolved. Maybe it'll happen. Are you ready for dtanmango versus Witch King?
I'm ready.
Going in 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Yep. She dive versus healing. They say heal is cheat when you're playing red. So maybe a Witch King can just like recover all this chip damage. Like opening Phoenix Fire isn't as good against his opponent that wants themselves damaged. dtanmango's gonna need this Lightbender to hit this Lancer or its buff or something. Doesn't have a turn 1 play though, at all. I don't think opening up with Blood Rage Mask is it, but here it goes. Better than doing nothing in the turn, I guess.
Yeah, that sucked. That was a terrible.
It at least didn't get chipped by the Sunriser, so it's not that bad. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is fine, because now we can go Panda Transform and maybe even a second artifact. Even though there's nothing for it to do. There's some consideration for Lightbendering the mana, the Knight, and the healing. I would have placed that lower to take out the mana.
Yeah, definitely.
But now Sunrise Cleric wants to talk to you. Da, da, da. Stroop just here as the 5-4-4 beater. Crescent Spear into Thunderbomb does deal with it, and actually deals with every minion. That sounds kind of good.
Yep, that's probably the play.
Lioner is gonna be able to rebuild with our 6 mana turn. Thunderbomb! There goes everything. Oh, it takes a step forward.
Probably want to step out of range, right?
Like, yeah,
Ooh, okay.
this is enabling Zoran to get a hit in to take out these double artifacts. Witch King not taking any of this
Zoran
bait though.
can also utilize the mana. Yep. There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, this is a nasty spot to be provoked. Might be time to transform both things? Yeah, I think double Onyx Bear Steel is pretty good. Yeah. Moving the Pando in? Just giving himself options for where to drop minions, but I would have ran these away so they don't get bamboozled.
Yeah, knowing that Bamboozle is in that deck, you would definitely move the pandas away.
Yeah, because being able to have these 2 artifacts for this long is pretty nice, and there's still no direct damage. Not having a healing circle is the real killer. The cleric setup getting dispelled really stops any kind of healing. Because we got 3 Lancers, but they don't do anything.
You could double Lancer, punch, spell,
and then heal it back up.
then heal spell.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, can't also cast Circle of Life immediately, so I was just gonna cast a bunch of other things. Okay, BBS on nothing it is. That works. So Afterglow actually doesn't need to target a damaged minion like that Magmar buff spell does. So you can just cast it whenever.
What?
It doesn't proc the healing text at all.
Didn't you used to?
Maybe they changed the text on it.
I thought you had to have a target. Okay.
Maybe when they printed Scintilla they changed it. Because that's the only reason why it would make a difference. Twin Strike not hitting the Pando. Also, the Twin Strike doing nothing. 2 minions at 1 hit point are still as useful. So here comes Phoenix Fire to finish the work. Sunriser into Healing Mystic into Herald. That goes the artifacts. Has his bamboozle, but it isn't any good because it already has a full grip. And the Pando is in the place where this Painter would be dropped. Herald is too big to kill to drop the Painter. There's no way that can be dropped. Unless there's just nothing. So Petal Flurry burning a card. That's kind of a do-nothing action.
Whoops.
Well, is able to bamboozle to draw a card. But Bamboozle, more notably, gets rid of the barricade. So D10 doesn't have to be cornered anymore. And we're going to be seeing some big attack buffs here on Zeron. A little bit of healing from this Four Winds Hat Magi would have been good, but with 2 sets of Lancers, it's gonna be pretty nasty.
Out of control.
It's basically the only thing to do though. And Zeron at 7 and Infinite Attack is kind of similar. So let's double up on the healing. And just accept that Zeron hits like a truck.
Yeah.
Her health's gonna be bigger or smaller than her attack at this rate. Huge slash for the first one and a circle of life for the second one. Gigantic healing.
Super swole. Wow.
Too bad this Painter doesn't work on generals. Because it's the only play left. Could potentially slash a Lancer, but needs to not be in range of Zeron. Is the most important thing. Oh! With the Aperian's Claim, Witch King is able to just forge her way through. Gigantic hit. And gets game number 1.
What a lethal.
Yeah.
15 to the face.
the 4 wins match, I pumped those so much. Ready for the last game of the group.
Yep.
Going in 3, 2, 1. The finale's here. Versus... Okay, we got dtanmango and Witch King. Lightbender's pretty good against Cassie. She has such little creep generation, it seems, and being able to shut down even that is pretty nice. But it's not the opening turn play, so it gets shuffled back. Only one copy of Crescent Spear. And I don't think it's gonna do much in this situation. Maybe walk up, take the hit, Knuckle Storm. It's trading 1 mana or discard for 3 life.
Yeah, and you're only generating 1 creep that way, so...
Has these Knuckle Storms, but I'm not seeing any way to duplicate these. Meditate is usually the go-to. But dtanmango does not have any meditates in his deck. It just has a couple of Knuckle Storms. It's more of, I guess, what he needs. Crescent Spears here to pump it up and such. Cheap stuff from Mantra.
I don't know, a couple intensified Knuckles and Mantra go a long way, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like if you're running Knuckle, you almost have to have Meditate in there.
But that's the thing. Or like the Akuluin that copies it, last played spell, or the one that copies the spell every turn. Those are also Knuckle supporters. They're just hanging out here. D10 just gonna throw a couple left hooks in the match. Throwing one off now seems like the time because it'll just crush this artifact. There's some consideration actually to go Tatsu with this crawler, but nah, just going in. Abyssal Scar Punish.
I just definitely wouldn't have left the crawler.
Yeah, I think 2 damage is not as menacing as what this crawler does for this game plan. Because now Cassie's gonna get enabled. This Obliterate does damage, this Ghost of Yella does a ton of damage. And the Munches are turning into full heals. Goltetsu. Good way to push a bunch of damage.
I did that out of order.
Well, Alziala is going to end the game pretty quick at this rate.
He's in trouble now.
Yeah, best option looks like 4 wins Magi and 2 BBS spells. That'll at least get the artifact away.
Yeah.
The trick is not dying to obliterate. That's at least coming in 2 turns, so dtanmango can still put together a game plan, maybe find Mantra. It has all of this gigantic creature removal, the painter, the panda transformations. But the threat is the general at this rate. Single step down to protect the 4 wins Magi the best. Never mind, Magi's being placed at the front.
What?
Yeah, that does give Cassie the option of swinging at it. So between Demonic Lure, the ping, and the double damage creep, this Magi's already dead. Slightly short on creep to be able to get lethal with Ghost Azalea now. Can push 8 damage. Yeah, that's probably the play. Ping this, last it away, Azalea hit. D10's up 1. Doesn't have any blockers. Doesn't have any escape. Doesn't have the BBS. Doesn't have a replace. Oh. Has these nukes and has an attack. Hold up, 1 hit point each. You can attack. It's a draw. Draw game.
I didn't calculate it fast enough. That was good. That was a good surprise.
Draws are so. This might be the first tournament draw we've had. That's that happened eventually. Well, that's pretty funny. It's actually better that there was a draw there instead of a win there, so we don't have another tiebreaker. Because with the 2-0, 2-0, and a 0-1, and then the draw counting is like half a point each, that would firmly put aridex and dtanmango. No wait, dtanmango actually got the loss against Witch King in that one, so it would be Witch King and aridex. Yeah, those two would be advancing. If you weren't here earlier, we had a funny situation with Group A. yohkagamine, Venator, and kopiuyt are all at 4 wins apiece. I'll have to do a recount on that, but I have a feeling we've got a huge tiebreaker coming up there. Next up, we have Group C. I'm in this group, and all my games are up first. Or we got Punishment versus me first. Want to go through Group number C?
Let's Let's crack it out. Let's do it.
Yeah, punishment versus myself coming to you. Y'all ready for this? Da-da-da. I'll paste it on your side. Alright, let's assume we're there. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Punishment versus Trozz. Alright, I'm back. I just happened to enter all my tournaments. To make things a little more fair for people, I at least telegraph what my archetypes are going to be ahead of time. And the gimmick I went with this time is if Moggen didn't join, I'd be playing a Moggen deck, and if Nornator didn't join, I'd play a Nornator deck. Sure enough, neither of them joined, so here's my Moggen deck. Well, this is one sort of...
Excuse me for 1 minute. I'll be right back in 1 minute.
Alright. I too will be right back. Alright, we're here, turn has been made, it's me, GLHF. Chakri Avatar up front. Chakri Avatar, pretty sketchy in any general but she die, where it's fantastic.
Right.
My Arcanist opener is being met with a Dervish opener. So now there's a chance a Wind Dervish is just gonna kill my Avatar. And I have no spells to pump it. Well, I'm thinking here I take out the center tile minion so they don't have a guaranteed access to both mana. And options are Battle Pando, Illusionist. Avatar the second seems not so great. Maybe it's good. Could even take the mana, drop a Owl Beast or something. But that would totally sacrifice the Avatar. Moving the Avatar up and left would assume that this Obelisk isn't going to high roll to just catch it. But that's a good enough roll that it can catch it.
Maybe back two would have been better instead of diagonal.
Yeah, I got greedy and wanted the mana though, but this is an Obelisk, so it's gonna potentially catch you. Sworn Avenger is pretty terrifying early game, especially when you can immediately pump it up. Silence Third Wish is pretty good reach. We've got Pax the cat. So Sworn Avenger and Pax, not in position to get an attack buff, but is in position to get the mana. So I replaced and still can't find a spell. I at least have double spell with BBS. What I really want is just a Phoenix Fire to this Avenger. I also have a bunch of Lightbenders, or I think I've got the one, so having it against this Obelisk and the cat would be really good. Panda is actually kind of sketchy because it does all these 1 damage pings that pump up the Avenger. So I figured the Owl Beast Sage has the best chance of surviving and doing any good And it tops up my illusionist in the back, so it can't just get shot easily.
Yeah, I think that's probably a decent play.
And if I still can't replace and find a spell, I've at least got Sparrowhawk to generate me one. Does have either of my illusionists or either of my arcanists dead. In fact, has both of them dead, because Entropic Decay just destroys something nearby you instantly. Star's Fury is another pretty funny card. So Air Pridebeak is really good against Shidai in particular. So I generally am casting a lot of spells. Owl down. Well, I appear to be out of the woods because I can just Sparrowhawk this illusionist to the back to take out the Sworn Avenger. Although this Air Pridebeak is pretty annoying. And I don't have the attack to kill it immediately.
No replace.
Yeah, I've got the replace. It's kind of hard to know what to replace though, because I can't replace the Tanahashi, and everything else is so good, especially the pandas, even though they're in double. But really, I should replace the pandas because they're in double.
True.
They're a fine thing to draw later. Maybe I don't replace at all, and we'll just have this guy whip around. Sworn Avenger, some kind of answer or die threat, so there goes that.
Okay.
That's a pretty good spawn. So Wanderer is a possibility now. Yeah, it seems to be the best play, unless this third wish is coming out. I don't think it did. I did work on a sprite for a Silence fourth wish, but never figured out the effect, so never actually animated it beyond its idle.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the fourth orb I added had a little smiley face.
Yeah.
But then we had some lorehead step in and was like, actually, the three wishes pertain to the three Sionists that escaped this something or other.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
There is so much duelist lore, it's ridiculous. Look, I don't get it. I guess the whole idea is the generals are like proxies for their entire nations and the wars that they fight and these like battles that they have on these floating things. And a lot of cyan bushes and fuchsia trees. You get a lot of cyan and fuchsia. Those colors are here. It is indeed a wanderer turn. And this was the first instance of someone actually thinking out their entire turn in their time bar before actually doing it. Really making sure that stuff is where he wanted it. I could finally take out this Air Pride Beak if I donate my Sparrowhawk. Oh, I have a Gotatsu and I have a Battle Pando. This is 2/3 of the sweep everything combo. Now I just need a Death Strike Seal and I'll be in business.
Which is exactly the kind of thing you need in this deck.
Yeah, being able to just board wipe is it's basically what I need. Kindling can also push a ton of damage. It's something to push a ton of damage with Kindling, but it's not really pushing that much because this Pride Beak keeps healing. So maybe I should have just thrown the Sparrowhawk in before Kindling. And I'll just take out what minions I can. That's a really good Derver spawn again, because it can take out Kindling with the help of Rasha's Curse or something. Man, I needed a Lightbender for this obelisk like 100 years ago. Well, I have the combo almost, but I ended up using Gotatsu last turn, so I ended up flubbing the combo opportunity now. But I have Reactivate. I have another way to do the combo. So we're still good.
Oh, there we go.
One problem though is Nimbus is gonna spit out a Soulborn Obelisk immediately. And if a panda chips it, then the panda's toast. But I don't have any other plays, so here we go. Death Panda! Hasty Death Panda. Star's Fury. Yeah, 9 damage plus the other 2. Turns out it's just enough to get lethal on me here. But here's some style points. Plus 3. Flying. Oh, and that's a story about how I lost my first match against Punishment. But wait, there's more. Ready for game number 2.
Yep.
Going in 3, 2, 1, paste. Yes, indeed. I like mixing up the 2 decks that I've got. So here I am now with Zirix. Let's take a head on with his own game. I have some different ideas about card choices. Like I've got this Crimson Guide, which I'm convinced is incredible. Sure, it dies to anything, but I like what it does.
I like what it does, and it does it right away, so you still get the benefit.
Yep. So this deck, based on Norinator, has got a lot of his kind of picks, like the Oblivion Sickle and such, but he ended up bailing before Crimson Guide ended up seeing a lot of use. Sworn Avenger in the back. So on one hand, I want to drop this Thunderhorn on the tile to make a 5/5 Thunderhorn, but on the other hand, I need to stop his mana. In the end, the funny new tile won out in that choice. But putting it more forward might have been better, because I would have forced them to attack it once. And now, as is, the Sunset Paragon just cleans it up. I'm just left with a couple of these tiles.
Unfortunate.
Well, how about a sand tile too? Well, it seems workable. So if Trigon Obelisk shows up, that's an easy one to just Blood of Error. My Rift Beast seems to be the most valuable thing right now, so you can see that getting chopped up. I should have put the Rift Beast actually at the back and the Metallurgist at the front. It might have been better. Metallurgist only better if I can get my Dream Shaper that's somewhere. Between the Scion's First Wish though and attacking this Sworn Avenger can just one-shot either of them, so it didn't really matter. Well, it is time for the Trigon.
Didn't want any cheap golems coming out, did he?
Well, now Dream Shaper got a lot worse. Unless I can replace Rasha's Curse and find it exactly. Or Rift Beast draws it or something. But all my mana probably needs to go into Blood of Error, and the biggest threat is probably this ranged unit. Superior Mirage is pretty good sometimes. Last time I casted it, it hit a World Core and that won the game. Or did I cast it this game? I don't know. I'll have to see. I cast these or we did these games right as the groups were out, so it's been a while. Argeon laughing. Well, yeah, a 5 mana spell to take out a 3 mana threat. It basically sums up Sworn Defender for you, or Avenger. Although I don't have mana to use Rift Beasts. I should have ran Rift Beasts away. They can just be easily cleaned up at Dervishes here. Might have been better actually the Blood of Error, the Obelisk. It might be doing more than the Archer was. And Mage Sworn, pretty good against Shidai and such. Not so great here. Might be a Wanderer turn. My hand's pretty weak. Other option is Rasha's Curse into Ma, or a Mage Sworn that doesn't really do much. Just noticed Punishment here is running a 3D version of Siphon Energy. So if you mouse over it, you can see it pans around the title screen background.
I've got a gold Siphon Energy.
Oh. Gold and Vitruvian seems most appropriate. I need a golden Orbo though. Like, sure, it gets its own gold, but it itself ain't. So I could have ran away 2 steps there, but I wanted more value out of this tile. So I felt committed to just take 1 step off it. And Kron post Wanderer Trial is pretty nuts. I'm super dead here. I can't even drop a Sand Swirl Reader. Well, actually I could Rasha's Curse to Sand Swirl Reader. That yeah. Doesn't seem much different than just dying though, is the thing. Well played. Yo, Punishment goes to O.
Yeah, you're pretty much toast.
I got toasted for sure there. Next replay I've actually got is Punishment versus BenTheDiabetic. So I ended up putting myself at the top of my slide, but it's actually second in terms of the order that I did all these in. Omega Shrug. Oh well. Let's go through it in this order anyway. Ready for Punishment versus Ben.
Yep.
Alright, let's go in 3, 2, 1, based. Ben's another newcomer to the community. This is his first tournament he's been around for. We've actually played a couple friendly games. He's usually open to playing in voice chat and stuff. And has a really cool Osiris combo here. Reliquarian can kill Osiris to get the 3 artifacts that are in his deck. Or sometimes Reliquarian can like crunch a healer.
It's a cool combo.
Yeah, I've seen it in action. It's really cool when it happens. But the thing is, if you have any of the pieces in your hand, or if you've played them at any point already, then it can't find all 3.
Yep.
Oh, I saw that Bone Reaper. It's like a 2/9 patrol or something. Ben's opener here does not look good. This Reliquarian is kind of the namesake of the deck, but I think needs to be shuffled back in at this point. Other option is just throw a Azure Herald out there and maybe pump it up. But not benefiting from the life gain kind of sucks. Well, the replace wasn't much better, so I guess that's the only thing to do. Usually the turn 1 obelisk drop, I see it in front of the general. The diagonal seems a little atypical to me. Because sometimes it'll spawn on the bottom row, which is really far away from anything. Ooh, drew into another card draw. And then just drew it again. Yeah, wishing for more wishes is the strat, isn't it? Punishment's got a pretty good turn here with Falchius coming out. Cannot actually finish this Herald, but could chip it down a bunch. So here's a rare minion that I always think is a mistake to add into decks, but they've always had it. It's just Pyromancer. It's gonna be pretty good in this matchup.
Dies to so much stuff.
There's, yeah, like the blistering scorn we saw from me earlier would be around any number of spells. Ben's just gonna have to approach it though and accept damage into his heart, because you're not casting a 5-mana spell on a 2-mana creature. That's just potentially casting it on like the obelisk to catch it out, but that's hard to say. This turn looks like Fal's just to block the mana and then Dervish to take out the Herald.
Yeah, I think that's solid.
Yeah, one Falchius could just beat the other. Or this works too. And Scion's First Wish is so good to have on a Pyromancer. Hitting for 3 is pretty good. But hey, here's the counter you mentioned. The bear, and they're both gone. Could have potentially blasted that top minion instead of the bottom minion to play around it, but no. Got Falchius to push a ton of damage, and Scion's Second Wish to keep some kind of beater alive. Oh, here's the Cyrix. The healer needs to drop first because the Cyrix just get immediately cleaned up. So when the Reliquarian forges a Vitruvian unit, it gets the artifact that revives things that have died. So if this healer can get into the I've died pool, then it can potentially come back. The only problem though is Reliquarian costs 7 mana and you need to already have something huge out. I don't know, this combo is coming together. Oh, on 7! This is how he can cheat a Cyrix in.
Okay.
He only leaves a card in his hand unless he draws something. But usually this cheats out like the healers. It has one copy of Fault as like a plan B. Well, Bone Reaper is here to reap the bones. But that does enable Cyrix, and now Reliquarian can just immediately forge it and can attack with it to get the combo up. Which means Amara Healer's coming back, Cyrix is coming back, or Shitters from Early Game are coming back. Check this out. I'm glad we got to see the combo immediately.
Yeah.
It's just here.
Sick play.
Look at all this stuff. Cyrix is even flying. And there's the on-7 that's back to cheat the healer out. Well, if you had a healer. That's Punishment's healer. But yeah, look at this pile. Has one copy of Hexblade, one copy of Wildfire Ankh, and then the custom make one.
Baron Relic.
Well, here's something that turns off all that cool damage. Unfortunately, all of Ben's units are on the wrong side of the battlefield. Really unlucky placements all around. At least the Cyrix can get there. But I guess the play is cracking the healer. 5 damage. Oh, there goes the artifact suite. Ben does have a huge card draw option between the Dream Shaper and the Metallurgist. Reliquarian just throwing itself away. Probably would have been better just attacking the general on that, right? Oh no. Oh wait, yeah, he's got the... Oh no, there's no golems? Had a Metallurgist in hand, but just drops a Dream Shaper. Whoops. Oh, this game is over.
Out of order. That was unfortunate, Ben.
Oh, and the shame concede immediately after. Well, that's 3rd win for punishment. Yes, indeed. You even got the combo off too. It's at least we got to see that. That was cool. Maybe we'll see a repeat of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, they all spawned.
Yeah, if that healer was any closer, or if the on 7 was any closer, it would have been a lot nicer. Ready for 2nd game of that series.
Yep.
3, 2, 1. I've clicked. And we're just gonna run it back. Same decks. Wanderer versus the combo. Drop Lift, I think, is a dead card in the matchup. I'm gonna check real quick. Yeah, there's nothing for it to get. So here's a mana arrangement. Sometimes people will put the mana tile in front of them, like below the Celebrants or in the center. But this is a lot of safety that it's not just going to get immediately taken. Uh-oh. Turn 1 Sword Avenger. That's unbeatable, right? Allomancer in the face seems pretty good.
Yeah, definitely.
1/7 seems good too. Like, Punishment's gonna have to ignore it and not kill it. No, instead we've got the Obelisk Maker. Maybe you wanted to save on 7 for the combo. The deck is so peculiar, it actually only has 2 artifacts in it, because the 3rd one is made on the spot.
It's forged.
Yup. Obelisk Creator's offline. Had to Lightbender the mana to do it though. This deck replaces it really easy though, because if you ever have an artifact in your hand, you should just push it back. It's almost never the play. Dream Shipper on the mana tile might be okay, because drawing up the full hand and then having 2 mana to put down something's okay. Other option is on 7. Some aggressive movements here. Really wants the Sworn Avenger caught. We got Cosmic Flesh for punishment. This is a really funny one to put on the creature that can't be attacked, Sinister Silhouette, because then it's just provoke plus can't be attacked.
It's so funny when you do that and they don't have any dispels.
Any dispels? Yeah, it's just... That's the game, they're just gummed up. So 1/7 could also get this giant fish out sometimes. That's just fine. It's nice we're seeing multiple people trying it out. I'm feeling inspired to use the Golden Miles for sure. But I guess it's really specifically paired with the ramp and mana, or it's paired with the Dying Wish. So you kind of want a reason to have it still. Very tall Azure Herald. Getting a lot of space for the Sworn Avenger. Which is hitting for 4 and then 5 and then 6 and then this is so good a minion, and one of the reasons why you need to be just packing removal. Ben could drop both golems. I guess that's it. No other plays. Well, it's enough mana for Iron Shroud still. Oh, and that even found another card draw. Ben's hand and such is looking pretty good. It's just this one archer in the corner is causing so many problems. Little does Ben know, he's played into Bone Swarm. And it's so strong a spell, it's probably going to be cast over Wanderer. Although Wanderer is still a consideration too, because that makes all these trades happen. Yeah, it gets better the more minions you have. But Bone Swarm into Maw into Primus just sounds funnier. Okay, going for the funny option. Going for the lethal option. Going for the punishment. Punishments takes game number 2. Well, at least we saw the cool combo at one point, but that series out. Punishment's definitely been killing it on the ladder too. I believe he's page 1 at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
Ready for Punishment versus Fuzzymoth.
Yep.
Okay, gonna paste it in 3, 2, 1. I've done the thing. And Fuzzymoth is running either Brome or Cassie. And this Cassie has a bunch of the Releaser, which revives prior minions that have died. Ooh, has the Sword Avenger. Okay, so can punish, or yeah, can he deal with this Sworn Avenger is the real question. Shroud makes pretty short work of it. Just need to get closer though. Trigon can actually do it just by itself. We've got 3 copies of Mind Lathe in this Cassie deck. And we even have artifact hunters to find them more consistently. But what are we... Like, taking an obelisk doesn't do anything. Oh no, replaces and finds more artifact hunters? Well, get ready for releasers and mind lates, I guess. Reaper of the Nine Moons is typically what you want released, because they just keep bringing more stuff that also gets released. But this turn
thinking
is
here,
like...
Fuzzy should move up.
Yeah, I think the Sworn Avenger needs to do a diagonal step up, and then needs like a artifact hunter in front of it to block. Reaper down right now sounds actually really good. It's in a spot to stop Xerix from hitting. And putting the 1 damage on the obelisk in case a punish comes up later. Although this is the good spawns, the Wind Dervishes could just clear this Avenger immediately. So I was thinking the Reaper of Nine Moons. I think like the Reaper would have been better if it was placed in front of the Sworn Avenger, just to block this kind of spawn. This is kind of just a money spawn though. Like even the third one's ready to go anywhere. And Ping's online, so only like it's Primus works too. And that allows him to just break the Reaper open now to see what's underneath. I don't know if you like what he finds though. So it's just gonna get shrouded so it doesn't find anything. Pretty strong stuff. Necrotic Sphere is a way to deal with the obelisk, but needs to get right up. Chittering Tiller. Here's a rare card. As in, I'd never see it cast, but check it out. I don't know what Tiller's doing in the deck. Maybe it looks good. Could have used Primus Fist to trade with the Shroud, but gonna just ping it and hit the obelisk instead. Seems awful. Finally some unlucky spawns out of the Dervishes. Only a single one's getting in. This obelisk has been such a nuisance, but using Necrotic Sphere on it still doesn't seem right, but it's basically the only thing to do. Because running left isn't an option anymore. And it just has too many hit points to slash. Chittering Tiller could actually ruin this mana. That's funny. Oh, here's a cool 2-drop. The Phantasm. Yeah, it's a bit late for this, though. Two steps down at the slash, huh? Okay. Just setting up for the Necrotic Sphere, so actually get some real value out of it later. The Chittering Tiller is going to have a ton of attack, because this Obelisk is spawning 3 things, which the Phantasm likes. Actually, it all went to the Sworn Avenger. Sworn Avenger is just the 4/3. Well, at least it just needs space to put that thing down. All the buffs going on it. Well, I guess ranged is a better keyword than frenzy for that. Well, we got the chunky mech here. This one is courtesy of Acid Green, who usually sprites spells and artifacts, but this time he did a unit for us. One problem with hanging out near the obelisk is 9 damage per turn. The sphere became good, but the Desert Scout can actually punch for lead or at least a ton of damage. Fortunately, these Wraithlings can be used as cover.
Walk up and hit the... No, it doesn't work either, does it? No.
Just gonna run back, and this Desert Scout could have potentially bonked Cassie for 4 damage, but it's only gonna hit a Wraithling now. Oh, here goes. Oh. Looking pretty dire for Fuzzy. Oh no, by stealing this unit, it lost the Wanderer buff, and the math that he did with it being... That, oh, he's gonna have to ping now to secure basically, but it ruins him from being able to cast the Reaper of 9 runes. But he probably didn't want to cast that anyway, because he got this gigantic Scorn Avenger coming up. Or we gotta heal up rather with Desolator. Oh no, this was not the correct placement to put it though. Because Star's Fury is going to spawn twice as many units. And that's just it. 3 threes. First game goes to Punishment, who's been absolutely unstoppable so far. Nothing can touch the Xerx. He's actually one of the few players, if you look at the groups diagram, that only has the single deck.
Yep, he's so confident in that deck. Just brought 1.
He just has every answer and just enough threats. Ready for the 3rd game. Or rather, the finale of the 3rd series.
Ready.
Yeah, alright. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Fuzzymoth versus Punishment. Fuzzy's got the 2 decks, so here's the Brome. It's pretty much a wizard Brome with just very few minions. The minions are all huge. Has Ironcliff Guardians as the smallest of the minions. And then goes up from there. Keeper of the Veil, Grandmaster Zir, Peacekeeper. And then just gets by with having a ton of removal. So Fuzzymoth isn't down to a random Sworn Avenger. It's even got these True Strikes. My favorite style of Wizard Brome is when you just have Fugitive as your only minion, because then you can immediately Martyrdom it and then revive it. Well, True Strike takes care of the Pyromancer. Pyromancer, I'm thinking, is the weakest card in his deck. But maybe it just hasn't had a chance.
You know, it's interesting though, because it forces you to use something on it, or else it'll just go wild.
Yeah, it could potentially just run away with the game if you're trying to swarm or something. Like, there's the other style of Brome that has almost no spells, or actually has no spells and relies on Titan. This Pride Beak is super solid though. Everyone's gonna have spells. Even if they don't, they've got their BBS. So that probably gets blasted right away by Tempest, because there are so many spells in this deck. It's just gonna be a healing monster. Time for Wonder.
Yep.
Time for the first minion. Minion number 1.
Fuzzymoth says he loves this deck so much.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. Someone's trying to burn you out, you can just heal up against it. And it plays really atypically. Like, your turn 1 is almost like take us some steps out and pass. Dancing Blades. One of the OG cards. Fuzzymoth has all this resurrection technology, but doesn't have any circles to work with. Gonna need to make his own with this claim. Ironcliff Guardian, turn after turn, seems like a pretty good way to buy time. See, here it is. Smooch. There's so many hit points to be chewing through, it's like almost as much as the general itself. Swarm does a lot of work there, and I guess just the Dancing Blade and Wanderer to take out the other biggie. definitely can't leave it hanging around, because otherwise Holy Ammo comes into play. Okay, so between Rasha's Curse and the General, able to keep the Dancing Blades in top condition. Although we have the perfect Circle of Life incoming. But is it really perfect? Because maybe that's not the play anymore. The only way Fuzzymoth lives is claim into run away 2 steps. Oh, 1 step. Kinda greedy, but drew a Sundrop Elixir. And Punishment doesn't have an extra point of damage to push. He's still in it. Can Circle of Life that's 5/5, can heal up even more. Has a damage, or 4 damage on this Fortified Assault, so this Dervish can go away. And can do all of it in the same turn, plus BBS. Just gonna go for the Iron Cliff instead, which pretty good. Now it's like the Trigon almost feels too slow. Here it is anyway. So claim on the obelisk seems like the play. Veil Ascension is really funny at this point because it just keeps getting back these gigantic beaters. Which usually cost 5, but here's the 2 mana discount. Could even Veil Ascension the obelisk away and get the claim down? Finds a Peacekeeper, that's a hell of a thing to make copies of. This thing is such a removal check.
Interesting, okay.
I guess it's a Veil Ascension Peacekeeper turn. Because that is a ton of provoke. Maybe it's fine. No, it's the heal into killing it with Fortified Assaults. Well, that's probably more reasonable than letting your opponent have a turn with a tripler. Punishment is out of
I like that
gas.
play after I've seen it all laid out.
Yeah, because also with the BBS on top, this is just like such a contain. I don't think this overstated minion's gonna be enough. Punishment not able to finish them off. Just a bunch of damaged units. Which could potentially be elixired up, but just gotta mix yourself. Peacekeeper Punishment's gonna be wishing he had that silence. Although it being a 6/6 still doesn't make much difference. This is... it looks like it. Yup, replaces and finds an obelisk. GG. Fuzzymoth has ended the streak of Punishment. Punishment is in fact mortal. Excellent kill.
Well played, Fuzzymoth.
That does it for all the Punishment games. Now moving on to all my games. Aw, yeah. Although we already saw me versus Punishment. I got punished as it turned out. But how about me versus Ben?
I'm ready.
Are y'all ready for this? Alright, it's 3, 2, 1, going in. Myself versus Ben. The diabetic. And I'm here to lead with Shidai. Don't have any turn 1 plays. Trinity Wing is too early, but the rest of it looks pretty nice. We got the combo going on from Ben, so get ready for Un7 and to build a funny trio. I don't know how he thought of this deck. I've never seen this list before. But I definitely do like it.
There's something like that on the old wiki.
So although this is the Morgan deck, Morgan stopped playing it after Scroll Bandit became Backstab 0. The Scroll Bandit's still really good with my setup here because I can teleport it and make it hit twice, so I can get a lot of stuff. Ooh, and there's even an option for mana stealing. So now I'm much more interested in the bottom mana tiles than the top. But I might as well take the top one anyway. Probably teleport the bandit and then take a hit, and then can't exactly get the mana as well. That was the thing, and I've already moved it, so I can't warp it with a bit. So I'll just take the one hit, and I stole Silence for a Swish, which is really good in arcs. I like the spell.
Wow, that's a nice card for that deck.
Yeah, I'm actually happy with all the cards I get out of them. Like, if I can get his faults, that's pretty sick. Even like a Blood of Air or any of these Vitruvian spells he's packing. Like, I don't think he's got the point blank silence, so it's not like I'm fine with that. Pretty standard arc list. It does have a couple new cards. Most notably, I think Faralu is one of the funniest new cards. Because you can +1 all your arcs and make duplicates of them. Un7 is here to cheat on Isyrix. I could potentially inner focus the Scrollgit Bandit to give it the slip around. But if I do that, I should put down the other arc. Yeah. And I could have attacked him now to the side. Skipped it. And there's that Blood of Air. Which is a really good way to cheese a Dying Wish. Or it was the 2-hit combo that took out the Obelisk plus the Pyro together with time solid cast. But Isyrix is just here. I'm just lucky Reliquarian is 2 mana off, because otherwise it'd be a Reliquarian and to wake up everybody. Oh, Ben could have potentially cast a Celebrance and then cast the Dream Shaper right after, if he walked onto the mana. Instead opting to just drop the Dervish and keep it all in hand. So now you don't want to drop the Celebrant because it could be cleaned up and the mana is easy to take, and you don't want to drop the Dream Shaper because it whiffs. Does have 3 mana to work with. This will just be my Lurch by itself. Seems fine. Tip what out. So in most circumstances, this would be really strong for him. I just happened to steal a BS spell that completely counters it. So his bomb becomes a little ghost that works for me. And I also got the vault.
Roll Bandit is doing so much work.
Yeah, I'm so glad I cut him at one point, but then I added him back, and it's just been a workhorse. If you can get it down turn 1 with some ways to move it or wake it up again, yeah, it's just great. And then the owl makes it so it just doesn't die ever. We've got an Amara healer to stop the backstabs. But I could put the illusionist, the token, and my general into it to get the backstabs rolling again. I don't get every last spell. Like, I have more Vitruvian spells in my deck than his at this point, it feels like. Got the double owl jam, just for that health insurance. Casually bumping Skull Bandit's health from 10 to 18. And now he's got that Reliquarian mana, but nothing to use it on. Yeah, Scroll Bandit MVP this game for sure. I just ran away with +1 draw card, and the biggest BOA that I ever needed.
Yeah, and you potentially stopped him from drawing it because he really needed to do that to somebody. He really needed to blood of air somebody.
Yeah. Like these owls.
It all got away from him.
Or this token generator. Yeah, that's just it. And I take game 1 over Ben. Ready for the second game.
Yep.
Coming to you in 3, 2, 1. It's on the way. And here's the double mix-up. So I've got my Wanderer, bunch of Silver Bullet package that absolutely melted to the rival Wanderer that I ran into. Versus Ben's deck, which is a pretty standard Healy deck, but for whatever reason it's got some Orbos in it, which are hilarious because they just make random cards. Or rather, they turn cards in your hand to random stuff. So instead of having synergistic stuff, you have like random BS. But it's funny, and I didn't care to play it much before this year, but this year it actually has a golden effect on cards. So there's a little incentive to play it, and just like YOLO, just jamming the garbage it gives. In between Metallurgist and Rift Beast turn 1, I'm spoiled for choice. Ben's got a Cleric and a Scintilla from the looks of it.
What's Ben gonna do here?
I'll probably just spend all mana. Okay, and has it down there. Scintilla's probably on that tile too. What? Wait, what? 3 mana and a Scintilla but didn't play it? Huh?
Ben, if you're watching, you should have played him.
Yeah, should have played that. There's some argument to not play it right up front if there's like 4 power on the table to take it down. Hey, I'm gonna delete his healing tile with a mana tile. Mostly did this play so I could get a card up with these. Plus, messing with the tiles is too funny to not do. Sister in the back.
I'm gonna play the sister, but in the back, okay.
Yeah, start generating those true strikes. I don't know what Zeron wants with true strikes. If I was Zeron with true strikes, I'd just be replacing them for heal cards. I guess it's actually, wait, I know what it's doing. It's fodder for Oro. You generate true strikes and turn them into random gold. And top rarity cards, Rift Beast is actually among them. Anything with the gold pip can be picked. So you end up with a lot of Spelljammers and card draw, so it's actually not that bad. Got the Paragon on the counter though. Surely now it's time to just Scintilla up. Because I don't think Vitriol is a double. That doesn't even do anything. Yeah, just the one back here. And there's some consideration to save the BBS because it's not cooling down right away, but I'm just gonna heal up. I've got the off button for BBS with 5th Canopic. This one's mostly here for the Fate matchup. Sworn Avenger is a consideration too. I should replace that Air Pride Beak, I do. Don't want to give my opponent too much healing. Wild Tar's pretty good too. It's like the best boar. Rift Beast isn't going to draw that, but that's fine. Oh, I have one with the Sword Avenger. Yeah, 5th Canopic actually might have been better there. But whatever, it's marginal.
I think I like where you're going here, because you got Rift Beast to draw you another card if you need
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
Archer in the back.
Yeah, by playing multiple cards a turn, I can get some value out of this.
That's
Because it was currently stuck. Yeah, because if the BBS was actually saved last turn, then this turn would have been so much better. Because now it's got to be a Trinity Oath or no, Vitriol to... Well, seems alright. Unluckily hitting me instead of the Avenger in the back again. Doesn't look like I can just destroy this right away. Okay, plus 5th can open 10. Oh, Trinity Oath, the Vitral found the archer way in the back. Lucky. Definitely needed that.
The one.
Yeah, that was a 1 in 7
1
that
in
just
7
got hit.
chance.
Cell Soul is a pretty spicy one for the deck. Just plans to heal up the damage that it deals after.
I reckon Cell Soul is probably a good card to play in that in Ari's.
Banner Silence, yeah. I have a deck like that. It's full of mooses. We got Cell Soul, Gatekeeper in there,
Yeah.
EMP times 3. Well, here's Swarm King to just end the game immediately. It's gonna take more than Draining Wave and Vitral Pings to clear it.
Yeah, what else does Ben have in his deck to deal with that? I don't think.
You don't see Martyrdom anymore these days. Unless it's like, I didn't even see it in the Fuzzy's Brome Wizard. Let's see, is anyone running Marty? We do have one copy of it in dtanmango's deck, and that's it? That's the only Marty in the whole tournament. dtanmango's are on, and he wasn't even playing that deck, was playing Shidai instead. Sunrisers appeared, and with the Scintilla should be able to do work, but I currently have the lockdown on BBS, and the Scintilla can't ping. Hence the emoji. Let me hit you with the general appropriate emote. Yeah, this is a pretty disastrous situation for Ben, because now this Scintilla can't do work. Because Afterglow, as it turns out, costs 10 mana. So that just gets Draining Waves. Which means it is Swarm King Scarab turn, which also means game over. Alright, and I take the series 2-0. Sometimes this bug animation can take a long time if you end up having to plan it out. It was actually sped up. But yeah, that. Here's a 2-0 against Ben. Next up, I'm playing Fuzzymoth next. Wasn't really convinced with the Cassie deck, but maybe the releasers can release some cool stuff. The Brome deck is obviously awesome. Ready for game 1 of me versus Fuzzy.
Yep.
Okay, gonna go 3, 2, 1, peace. Opening with Shidai again. Usually you see Mind Lathes in Mave or in Sacrifice decks or with like Zorzul. I have no idea what it's doing in this deck. I think it's for the releaser actually. He's playing Pokemon. If he can kill something, he can claim it as his own. And I am pondering my replaces. The Calligrapher is an obvious replace, but the others are, I don't know. Like, there's a turn you could do with where you just teleport around to take all the mana, but you end up using all your teleports, all your cards. Is that even good? Panda's a nice, better starter. Might as well just put a Panda on the mana tile and call it good, because it takes out the use.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It does generate 2 creep though.
You could move. Yeah.
The only way to play around him getting 2 creep is to donate the mana tile, which I don't want to do. Chittering Tiller doesn't teleport me in this situation. I guess it's the teleport onto creep or into Zayla range. Actually, this deck doesn't even have the Zayla.
Yeah, I sorry, Fuzzymoth, but I'm not sure what Chittering Tiller is doing in there, man. If you're still with us.
Kind of suspicious to cast the Tiller and then hit the Panda, so the Tiller takes damage. Didn't want to make me step forward, I guess. Oh, I got Faralu now. Here's the funny boy. The idea is I dupe a bunch of Sparrowhawks or something. Even just having more owls or copies of anything really is good.
Oh, so you could Faralu, Sparrowhawk, and then yeah, because it's bond, it hits the board and gives you.
You just keep getting more and more.
Okay.
So infinite Mist Dragon Seals. I think the deck only has like 1 or 2 actual Mist Dragon Seals and tries to counterfeit the rest. Oh, Panda plus Death Strike Seal. Now if I can get a Gotatsu, I can turn into a real killer, but there's not a lot of things clear. Mind Lathe my Panda. I don't know if it's worth it though, because it takes 2 pips of durability to take the Panda. Well, I don't like having an empty board. Can't really do much. So it's probably Prismatic Illusionists to fix that. Some pretty good spawns out of this Illusionist. They actually block the way.
Wow.
More Tillers. There's so many Tillers. Just wanted to have 3 mana 4/3s, I guess. I don't know if this Frenzy keyword's coming up at all. Because everything else looks like a better play than it at the moment. Well, I guess that's what it gets for being a cheap card. I'm sure it's got some uses, but I don't think creep decks have enough space really for it. So we've got a releaser combo instead. Okay, 6 mana turn. This could be. It's not going to be a BBS, but it could be like a Faralu plus Chakri. Faralu pumps even my tokens. I can even duplicate the tokens I want at the 1-drop for whatever reason. But it's an ability, so it has to be able basically to attack to use it, and it uses up its action. You can move before doing it, but if you do it, then your unit's exhausted and you can't move it. And the ability cards are all pretty good. Like, even ones that Like Spriggan's really good, Swampy's good. Rift Beast is probably the best of them. I don't like the idea of the releaser releasing chittering tillers. I thought this was supposed to be releasing bombs and funny stuff that the Reaper found. I was able to delete the Reaper and whatever came out of it pretty quickly. The Tiller actually could have been played there, funnily enough, because Tiller would have allowed the Feralier to get hit and then it would die to a ping. Whoops, I muted and then sneezed and then unmuted during the sneeze. My bad.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Goodness. If I had my old captioner of the days, I probably would have tried to write out a word. It definitely wasn't a great gimmick. It's too bad web captioner disappeared. And I never bothered to find a replacement. Well, here's the releaser to, I guess, get a Desolator or two in these chittering tillers. It's only going to bring one thing back, though. I could potentially cast Calligrapher. I do have a good amount of damage. Kindling plus 2 BBS pings is pretty real. Not what I'm doing, though. It was a panda all along. Well, that's a pretty good thing actually to get out of the releaser.
Were you?
I ended up having to silence it. Yeah, that's the funniness of the two artifacts that he's got. I'm just making the bet that there isn't a ton of burst damage. This Necrotic Sphere is looking pretty good. Gonna want to ping before doing it though. We're pinging after is pretty good too. 5 hit points left. Could potentially get this Trinity Wing out to heal up a little bit. One of its spells gives you plus 3 health, I think it was. Calligrapher can also just get random BS. But I need something a little more consistent than random at this point. Heal 3, perfect illusion spawn placement. I didn't need to attack that creep or that Wraithling because it was on creep. No, wait, that's of course Cassie's creep. Seeing it from the Abyss perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Scroll Bandit is imposition of backstab. There's another the releaser, but to get hit 3 times is pretty much game. And all these tillers. Fuzzymoth. We're gonna have to learn about what this unit is all about. Okay, these things plus the kindling plus a couple spells, it's over. Let's see one more unit pop out of this thing. It's another panda. Alright. That's game 1 against Fuzzymoth. In my favor. Very nice. Ready for game number 2 of me versus Fuzzy.
Yep.
Okay, going into that in 3, 2, 1, click. And again, time for the double switch up. Fuzzy bring in the wizard package, and maybe I can be the one winning with this obelisk. This Trigon's been quite a buster. Ugh, here's a gnarly turn 1 where I could potentially shroud my own mana away. Which I have seen that play, and I have done it, like, I think once way back in the day. You just get too enthusiastic to click where it's going and it disappears. Although, fortunately I replace and I find a celebrant.
Yeah.
But instead of putting the mana behind the celebrant, it's there. So it's a little easier to get later. The old Brom step forward pass. Trigon obelisk in the face. Yeah. Don't need to worry about using Shroud to dispel the mana and block the other mana, because there's no creatures to ramp with. Had the option to draining wave that the earlier turn, I think. I don't know what this turn is all about. Probably regretting you didn't do that earlier, because that enabled my obelisk. Some fine spawns, 2 can hit and 1 can ramp. Let's hope an early wanderer. The Fuzzymoth needs Dispel ASAFP. Like a sunbloom. Getting caught in the corner isn't the worst thing with this deck, because there's still these airdrops to get around it. But I feel with this placement it's going to be able to get hit with any dervish. Like if it was Lisa's spot behind, then this back dervish wouldn't be able to connect. Got the Lava Storm Walker. This is a pretty funny new addition. It's actually quite strong.
I like how it's a minion.
Yeah.
Instead of a walking structure.
It's a wiggler.
Look at him go.
I'm not really sure about how it's got like a face on the side of it. I'll just cast it and we can find out. Well, threats galore. Fuzzymoth is going to need a lot of answers consecutively. Has at least a Iron Cliff Guardian to slow things down a bit. Resurrection Circle could get that going.
I feel like he should have dropped Iron Cliff back there by the archer.
Oh, the archer, yeah. Because then it wouldn't just get cleared for free, basically, and could go for this thing back here. But yeah, it looks like he casts the Iron Cliff instead of using the revive to play around the Lava Stormwalker being in the way. Would have chunked out more than half its health. Looks like I could just Sand Scroll Reader it away. Sounds like a blowout. Blood of Air is also a blowout, but we'll just bounce. I think the opener is what got him. If turn 1 he just destroyed my unit instead of turn 2 destroying it, I wouldn't have been able to quite run away with things as I did, because I got wandered out so quick. And this obelisk, we're just seeing it happen time and time again. Trigon obelisk appears, the game ends. Just spits out 9 power around it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. Yep.
The trick, I guess, is to play it in a wanderer, so it's spitting out 3/3s. You could also run around it with a Crimson Guide to give it a bunch of summoning circles. That works too. I've got the Condom Ka for surprise damage. The Lava Storm or the Stormwalker works pretty good with Ka because it can spit out a Dervish for to use. But game 2, it's going my way. Excellent stuff for me, I guess. Well, thanks y'all for coming. We actually have one more game for Group C. We've got Ben versus Fuzzymoth.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a lion or down. Or maybe the funny artifacts. Because they both kind of have a similar thing going on with the artifacts. Ready for that?
Ready.
Let's go in 3, 2, 1, going in. Two Sun Sister stirrups. So I guess Ben can do an impression of spellcasters. But I'm still waiting for that Orbo. Even if it's chewing up great cards like Trinity Oath, you just gotta do it. Well, I guess Trinity Oath is what you cast beforehand, but depends on what you've got. Ideally, you've got a full grip when you cast it. True grip? Or True Strike on the Cleric? Just so it dies the Tempest? What? Okay. Here's a ping. Doesn't stop anything because the mana can still get taken. Guess that's where the Healing Mystic is going then. Yeah, I feel like that True Strike would have been better left in hand. But maybe Fuzzymoth is anticipating his hand is just going to overflow and needs to do some thinning. Interestingly, Ben opting not to cast Healing Mystic. Deciding Silverguard Knight is enough. There's the whammy. It was set up all along. I guess it was saved so this turn could be Gold Vitriol to Healing Mystic, but donating this mana feels like a mistake. But leaving the Healing Circle is also a mistake, so... Attila put DBS on cooldown. Time for some provokers. Or maybe provoking a Sundrop. The Sundrop gets a lot worse later in the game when there's Lancers and stuff hanging out, but opts to drop the Crestfallen. Like, this turn BBS would have been so much better, but for Ben it's just on cooldown. Feeling like the takeaway is there should be more hesitation when you're hitting your button and it has a big 2 above it. But it has a little bit of healing with the regen circles, able to get some work out of Sunriser.
Yeah, that was a good turn for him.
Oh no! Trinity Elthing next to a Sunriser.
Oh.
Everyone's got to fall for it at least once. It doesn't have any circles of his own for rests. Ben's feeling like he's got it in the bag because he drew Ormo. Probably wants to draw 3 cards before it's Ormo time, but happy to see the mascot in. Fortified Assault for 1. Healing Mystic's gonna get blasted. And Mystic in front of the Sunriser specifically I think would be the best. Because that would stop the attack from Brome plus the Sunstrike. That's a lot of damage. And the healing tile is being camped, but Sunstrike can clear it. But the healing Mystic placement is just too strong. Holy Ammo clears the front line. Oh no, healing up actually damages them, thanks to Vitriol. Does it anyway. Oh no. Technically net positive, but not by a whole lot. Was it overtime? Let's go. It's time. Oh no, it's not time? Just gonna play the synergistic cards.
I really want to see it.
Yeah, what kind of swag is on display for this thing? And Fuzzymoth can hold out between the Ironcliff Guardian and this huge heal and the ability to revive. Just gets a pair of these. Maybe Orbital can generate something that can take it out.
Wow.
Unfortunately, EMP is common, so it can't find that. Trinity ults for 2. Can't actually damage himself to heal, so here goes! Woo! Call to arms! Hydrax, which does not much. Astral Crusader, which immediately needs to be replaced. Root Beast, pretty solid. Kron, hella solid.
Wow, okay, interesting.
Oh, opts to not replace the Astral Crusader. This thing would be so much better at 7 cost, though.
Yeah, they were 1 in 20 chance to draw it again.
Yeah. It's not like it's coming out anyway.
And they come out for 4?
Yep. And at that point, you might as well. Call to Arms is really funny. Bit. We actually, we had a Bro Mentor tournament with this earlier. Just, it's like a boss mode. Can't make much use of it now, though. The 2 Ironcliff Guardians actually was too much from the looks of it. 2 Draining Waves in particular, 1 plus at a hit. That's so much damage. 11? Golden Kron does not in fact spit out golden tokens though.
Ugh. Why?
Kinda disappointing. Maybe it should.
That's a bug.
Yeah, bug
That's
report.
a bug.
Kron's bling isn't blinging. Succession of Lionor generals is in effect. And Zero's a really funny one to be reviving, but I guess Zero generally doesn't die. This Astral Crusader's gotta be replaced at some point. It's just hanging out here still, though. Maybe Ben just wanted the 7-drop. You would have actually drawn it again, because here's Hydrax back again. He's gotta believe in the replace bug. pile of gold is pretty menacing. Especially if there's enough space to cast Call to Arms. Here's Keeper of the Veil to find another, it's gonna be an Arcliff Guardian. Although, if Keeper of the Veil itself dies, then suddenly the Resurrection pool gets a lot worse.
It's good if you've got that spell to transform to an Iron Cliff.
Oh yeah. And it doesn't. Yeah, Keeper doesn't go back into your pool. Well, maybe the Resurrections have already done enough. But really gonna want to replace the Sunbloom to find another one. Ooh, the Dispel. Brome could just be slashed down here by the Crusader. Yep. Snell zeros the General. I'm glad the Orbital plan is working. It generated a couple of shitters, but Kron and Crusader are so great. Yeah, this Call to Arms is a pretty fun plan.
Yeah, it did a little work. Yeah.
I don't agree by silencing his own Kron, but just really wanted to replace Disabled, I guess, or the Provoke. Orbo again. Can reroll this one gold card. Gonna need a Trinity off of this right though. And Peacekeeper threatens to just take over. Oh no, the gigantic spell got replaced. I would have cast that. Although it would have immediately been Sunbloomed, so maybe not the best. It was a Titan deck all along. No wait, this was generated by Orbo. So it's a 5/7 with no text. Unless Ben's been keeping tabs and knows that every spell's been cast. It does look like this Peacekeeper is just unbeatable though. The Orbo reroll was not the dream. Call to Arms would have been so much better. Gets the one slash that he's got with the Astral Crusader. So it did put 0 at critical. But this Peacekeeper is not going to have much problem cleaning up. Kind of issues with hand though. Only a single Draining Wave? That can't even really be used. 5 hit points! Oh, that actually just clears the way for the Peacekeeper to hit twice. Alright, GG. Can't be too close to a giant celerity unit. Fuzzymoth taking game 1 over Ben. Okay, last
GG.
game of the group coming up. Yeah, I'm happy we saw Orbo do the thing. Ben was just like knocking it out of the park immediately. It's like he got the combo down with the Vitruvian. We got Orbo doing some cool stuff. Ready for finale game with this group.
Yep.
Going in 3, 2, 1. Big script play. Okay, we've switched off. They're doing artifact versus artifact comboing now and reviving. Glad these two are in lockstep. Time to put Chittering Tiller in the pool of revives, I guess. Chittering Tiller. Well, oh no! Oh no! By pushing Xerx closer and by not taking the middle tile, Ben can just take his opponent's middle tile, thanks to the Tiller. What the why? Tiller! Tiller tills your own.
Tiller is doing the opposite of what it should be doing. It's
Have my mana. This is your 5 mana turn. Could just Celebrant, Dream Shaper, Silence First Wish. That seems fine. Okay, going for big mana. Ben's so merciful. Not only is Ben giving Fuzzymoth the mana, but is playing into Frenzy being extremely powerful. So suddenly Tiller is looking amazing. Oh, there goes that lineup. Oof.
whoops.
Well, to be fair, you never play around this card because you never see it. This is like the first time in 8 tournaments Tiller's come up, and it's been here all the time. Ben actually has stuff to drop lift, so this is a good spell in this matchup.
Yeah, that actually works.
Yeah.
That's funny to take a releaser.
Yeah, or you can like take a releaser and get back one of your golems or something.
Mm.
This Reaper's coming for a big hit though. Oh, rare sighting of actually equipping an artifact in this deck. Yeah, let's never see that. Didn't want to drop a mana somewhere that the Reaper could just immediately take it. Ben's gonna be able to Blood of Air that Reaper, which is a good way to get around the releaser.
Will he Blood of Air it though?
Other option is you just immediately attack Cassie twice and make the Tiller come out of it. But then he died with the Tiller. Okay, 1 damage to see what comes out, because it could just be a Celebrant that comes out of that Reaper. Well, there's the Tiller. Oh, the drop lift counts as breaking when it was stolen. Wait a minute, Judge.
Oh.
That's hacks. I don't think Ben was anticipating that one. Because it says when it breaks.
I wasn't either, actually.
Well, to be fair, I guess if it was a bug, then that's kind of a break, so...
Yeah, stolen is broken.
Yeah,
Huh.
Ben had the felt just that.
Interesting.
Oof. I don't know if that interaction's ever happened before.
You've never seen that before. I'm not sure how Droplift worked. Did it?
It apparently destroys the artifact
like
and gives
it was
you...
breaking it?
Yeah, it doesn't just like steal it, because it comes to you. Uh-oh. I had a frame block up there for a second. I thought something gnarly was going on. But no, it's just Void Pulse and the healer. Ooh. Ben has been destroyed by Fuzzymoth. Congrats, Fuzzy.
GG Fuzzy.
GG. I'm gonna do another double check on these numbers after the stream, but it looks like it's me and Punishment advancing from Group C. The only games I dropped were against Punishment, and Punishment didn't drop any. Yeah. So, won't be seeing Orbo and friends in the later rounds, but there's a lot of cool decks. Group D, by comparison, is like a ghost zone. We have a whole 2 series out of Group D. We nyxnyxnyx got a game with Mango and with Vipera, but Vipera and Mango didn't play against each other, and Modius ended up dropping out entirely. So there's just 4 replays left.
Okay.
We'll see if we can make it obvious who's coming through with these. Ready for MushyMango versus nyxnyxnyx. It's gonna be our first Magmar game. Okay, let me know when to hit it.
Ready.
3, 2, 1. We're going in. 4 games remain. Nyxnyxnyxnyx. Spawning as Voth. Has a Capricious Marauder, is the most striking card, because here's a 5-mana 9/9. MushyMango's got some good stuff with a ton of crons and mana stealing.
So that'd be a good match.
This minion is actually a non-bow with the Marauder. You'd think being able to ramp out your 9/9 earlier is better, but having this liability of a 2/2 that if it dies, the 9/9 changes factions, or just goes towards your enemy, that's a big no thanks. So we're probably just gonna be seeing Crypto. Actually, with the swapper here, makes Marauder a better play now. I'm feeling it's Cryptographer, BVS, hit the Mystic. And then Cryptographer may be able to take the 3/2.
Yeah.
Other line of play is hit the Hearth Sister and Natural Selection, the Healing Mystic, which looks like we're seeing. How about this other play?
Okay.
Inquisitor K. It might have to be Homeostatic Rebuke just to clear stuff. After the Cryptographer crashes into Kron, that is. Because then that clears the way for a Marauder next turn. Instead, he's just gonna punch Kron out. That works. It's the Magmar way, you just hit it really hard. Lightbender's real good here.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, there's a Cryptographer into a gigantic hit coming. Double Warbird. Nyx is taking so much damage, can't keep taking this beating. Could use natural selection as his whole turn, but opts to drop the 9/9. Get the aggression going. Fortunately for MushyMango, has excellent transformation spell here. And now it's just a fox. And the Mana Steal means that Mechanitor can't be played. Super rude. Nyx needs some Earth Spheres or something at this rate. Could potentially homeostatic to clear the board. Really needs this Bloodbound Mentor off the table. Ideally without hitting it.
Yeah, it's probably have to rebuke.
Can at least heal up in the late game with this finality. Oh, -3. Seems like a decent plasma turn. And then next turn just get smashed with finality. Keeping this natural selection, because if any single thing comes out, no matter what, it could just be taken out. And MushyMango was in a really good spot and for the whole game, but just turn after turn of homeostatic or plasma storm clearing the whole board. Nyx is able to crawl all the way to the late game where this finality is going to hit super hard. But now there's consideration for a natural selection on the EMP. Just delete it. And then Mechanitor Warbeast or something. 4 hit points is kind of an issue though. It would have been really nice to heal for 10. Oh, a Deep Impact. Nope, just gonna finality anyway. Not too concerned about an EMP in the neighborhood. I guess was playing around Bloodbound Mentor and such, because double DBS just be it. So Silence removes Stun. Or it's Dispel rather. Nyx. Could destroy both these minions, but then goes to 1 hit point because of the Warbird. Whoops, did not flash reincarnate the Mechanitor, so can't cast natural selection. And that's it. Nyx has fallen to MushyMango, who takes game number 1. Okay, game number 2.
Yep.
Going to 3, 2, 1, paste. MushyMango staying at it. Worked pretty well the last time. Nyx is showing us his Emberworm deck. And can make eggs of Emberworm. Let's see if Dragon Eggs pay off. So Cloud Caller gives you a 1-mana spell that does 4 damage to any minion, I think it is. You just need to make sure that you need to at least have the mana to cast it though. If you cast this on 5 mana and don't have anything, it's kind of a waste. Because it only lasts 1 turn. One key thing about it is it does refresh your BBS, so you can immediately use it and then use it again. Yeah, we got Wings of Mechazor here. I think this is mostly just here for the art drop. You can do some pretty good openers. This top mana spring could just get taken. And then Maw could just take out the Cryptographer. Really unconventional opener, but really strong. And Maul's in an annoying position to move to the general, so it's probably just getting ignored. I'm kind of curious why Nyx is running Starhorn though. Because usually if you've got just kind of stuff going on, Ragnora's is a good pick. And Starhorn is usually for the special operations. Like a casting Apex or something funny. Lava Slasher eats these BB mentors for lunch. And nyxnyxnyx has drawn a pretty cool new Magmar minion. We got Deviling here.
Dustkite says maybe Nyx has no draw in his deck.
Usually people solve that with Rift Beast, Spelljammer. Magmar can solve it with Spikes. Like, he couldn't do another Voth deck because only had room for 1 Voth. But 3-1 Celerity Rebirth is a hell of a thing to be passing up. Viling is really good with Diltis because Diltis is typically going to pump it up twice. Viling's pretty nuts early game. And it works off the opponent summoning stuff too. Also, I did its animation we're seeing now based on its super animated idols when it's like got its mouth open and swinging around a little bit. But this particular animation didn't exist, so just drooped some cool little flames, made it wiggle a bit. Death animation's pretty good too.
That's cool.
Yeah, this one turned out really well. We have an Eclipse from nyxnyxnyx. Usually you only see this when you've got like the Flaming Stampede's really good combo with this. This is notably an Arcanist, but I haven't seen it with Arcanist energy. Meanwhile, this 1-drop in the back is already a 4/4. And as soon as Dio comes down, it's a 5/5. It does fall over if you can dispel it, though. This Hydrogarm can keep the Eclipse from coming in. Kind of wonder why the Or why the Eclipse will summon right next to it. It's like nyxnyxnyx almost wants MushyMango to hit it. Cloud Caller actually isn't good enough to deal with Viling, because although it hands off a 4 damage spell, it pumps it up to 5/5 in the process. We're probably going to replace the second Warbird. Yo. Nope, Seeking Eye gets him to redraw the Warbird immediately. Got Eggmorph and Thumping Wave as removal. Also, here's an egg of the Eclipse that just immediately hatched. Yo, so that's... Eggmorph actually isn't removal in this deck. And having a couple of Eclipse running around is pretty nasty. Like, this Frostburn is just going to do 6 damage to his own general if he casts it. EMP is going to solve a lot of problems for MushyMango, though. Meanwhile, nyxnyxnyx is deciding should this Viling come in or not. Decides it should. Just wanted to show off its cool triple slash animation.
Cool.
Time for some EMP. And Viling explodes on the spot. So Thumping Wave is kind of like a two-sided card. It does a couple things. Could get it for just like a +5 attack burst. So that's 10 damage. It was barely not enough. It might be best the Thumping Wave and Eclipse to clear the EMP. The damaged one specifically. But that's 8 damage that's not going into the general. So maybe that's a mistake. But leaving a 7/7 on the table, at least Eggmorph can take care of it. So Eggmorph on the EMP, the general clears it, these two move in, and they would hit for 11 if Thumping Wave is cast. Just setting up for lethal next turn. Now has some battle pet rabbits. Nyx has got to pull 11 damage out of his hat. Kron's in the spot where it could get hit by the Eclipse. I feel like 2 steps to the right would have been better, but this Mentor looks like it's just going to be trading with the Eclipse right away. Oh, it's a broken captive. Never mind. This captive is so good, it's basically broken. That just clears the way for the mentor to take out the pet. And that... There goes Nyx's lethal. Looks like the next option is the vialing into Eclipse, but there's 8 damage plus 2 from the BPS. Maybe turning Kron into a 3/3 rabbit is the play. That's the only thing that can happen now. That's not so great. A 1/1 vialing can get dropped as well. Yeah. But taking 3 damage sounds better than taking 4 plus provoke plus units. It's still lethal though. And the transformation isn't instant, so can't actually just run away from Kron. Not seeing any out for Nyx. MushyMango had just enough hit points to make it through.
Maybe he shouldn't have drawn a card.
Yeah.
Could have thumping waved and then, yeah. Because I think he drew the pink link, yeah?
Yeah, if the thumping wave plus the lava slash action would be really good, because the mystic goes away and there's a 50-50 on the Kron not getting any value.
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, that's all that's left. Good game. GG to Nyx. We'll play MushyMango. Takes the series 2-0. And we've got the one series left of nyxnyxnyx versus vipera. Vipera being the other that's got a single deck. But maybe having a single deck just makes your deck significantly more powerful somehow. I mean, it worked for punishment. Punishment could not be punished. This one Xerix standing by this Wanderer was just like... Everyone's dying to go obelisks. Ready for the finale series.
I'm ready.
Going into game number 1 in 3.
Let's go.
2, 1, let's go. Vipera. Which is like a viper, but versus nyxnyxnyx. Nyxnyxnyx used to play a bunch of Dota. Hence the name. Gloom Chaser. Gloom Chaser, you usually want to put that in front of your general because it usually gives you a really good placement. There's unlucky placement you can get with a Gloom Chaser, 1 in 7, that it just eats your mana tile you're going for. Nyx going for the full clear. It's pretty good to burn resources clearing minions early because it stops their mana. But Wraithling spawning just gonna take the mana anyway. I don't know why the bottom one wasn't taken. Like, why not just point that spell down? Because now this BTA can take it.
I don't know. I would have taken that off.
Yeah, just having the mana in reserve would have been useful. So Vipera's deck has a really funny spell in it that you generally don't see. There it goes. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of it, but it was 9 mana and it was all uppercase.
The Doom.
It's Doom. Yeah, so we've got a nice swarm deck here with a funny Doom plan B. Oh, gigantic Plasma Storm. Oh, poor Lilith. That spell just completely smoked this archetype. Viper is reeling and just how impressed that they are. Gotta rebuild the army, I guess. Crypto BBS, Inkling Surge pass. And then next turn gets Vorpal Reaver. Shadow Stalk. It's kind of tiny. It's like an Abyssian Star's Fury. So it is
He's
9
gonna
mana.
want a Macantor for sure, right?
It's
But
Macantor.
where do you put Macantor? Yeah.
Probably just near the general and then have it hit things, but never mind. Drogon has paid the cost. Furiosa seems good, but we need the 6/6 out ASAP. Not exactly the kind of thing that you want to damage, but Macantor is going to just damage it. So probably Macantor BBS, 10 damage to the enemy general. Seems pretty threatening. And then there's going to be Wraithlings everywhere, but Lilith's going to be pinned in the corner. Or
It's going to depend on where those Wraithlings spawn.
going for the full removal is an option too. The Magmar removal suite is so good. First thing I did with Fusion is I took a Brome Wizard and I put a bunch of Magmar spells in it. Well, time for Chakram. War Beast is in position to get to Reckoning now. Ooh, Infest is a cool spell, but it is too late to see that one in action. Yup, there was the funny thing again.
Dunzo.
Yeah, this one's in the bag.
I think I got just enough time for this last game, and then I'm gonna bail.
Yep, one finale game. Oh, we got
It worked out perfectly because I really do gotta go in about 8 minutes or so.
Okay. Well, if you disappear in the middle of the cast for any reason, we'll know why. Ready for finale game now that nyxnyxnyx.
No, I should be good. I should be good.
Okay. Yeah, we're on to the very last one of this, right? Ready for that?
Yeah.
Let us go in 3, 2, 1, base. And this is nyxnyxnyx versus vipera. And And Sword and Finality is a little bit too much, but starting the game off with Kajuta in hand is real nice. Multiple Vellum Scries coming from Vipera to get to that Doom. It's a pretty expensive Doom draw card option. But I guess it works well with the archetype. So how do you pronounce that minion? Because there's two lines of saying that. I'm curious what you think is more correct.
Kujata?
Kujata. Yeah, I don't know where this Kuhada stuff is coming from. But Kujata sounds fine to me.
Sometimes the J comes out like an H, but
Kuhata.
Kujata is what I would say.
Yeah.
Kuhada.
That's if you're trying
but
to.
You know,
like,
I say. I say scintilla, but you say.
No, I say scintilla.
So
yeah, scintilla seems more correct.
Interesting.
But I've always just said scintilla because I just looked at the C and assumed it was a hard K sound. And the web captioner I had was actually able to spill out scintilla sometimes. Pretty impressed with that. They got clacks on a bunch of times too. But then sometimes it just says random stuff and it's like, my ducks are fired. It's like, wait, what did I say? Helm of the Forsaken's a pretty good generic artifact for Lilith. You just get your team going, and then you can follow it up with something like a Wraithling Crown, or in this case, Vellum Scry. Shadowstalk for 3. Oh, Infest is fine to cast. Usually you can see Infest with a Cassie deck that can just immediately ping it. Because now there's a little bit of opportunity for Nyx to play around this infection. You basically just quarantine it. Just give it that Corona-esque social zoning, and it's not going to do a lot. But against a deck that just has a bunch of stuff crowded together, it's like a one spell win condition. Nyx could potentially flash reincarnate to get a Macantor, and it comes down with 1 hit point. Here it is, 1 hit point Macantor. And then a BBS to hit for 6. Should have done that before the Macantor. But I guess it doesn't matter, because there's so many pips of durability on this. Nyx looks hella dead now, because I see a chakra. Could this be the third group with the tiebreak? Because if these, if Vipera gets the win, then it's not clear who are the two to advance, so they're gonna have to throw down again. Oh. So instead of anything else, it was just Vellum Scry Shadow Spawn. So that gives Nyx a turn to Plasma the situation away. Oh, and Nyx has signed up for the Plague. But that's not really going to matter because Drogon's way over there. But how the debuff works is anytime that something with the debuff dies, every friendly around it gets that same debuff, and a hostile wraithling appears there. So I was playing a Swarm Lilith once, and I fought a Cassie that was using that spell and got absolutely shredded.
It works great if you can whip them.
Oh yeah, that's
Ping
for sure it.
Grasp them. Yeah.
Yeah, grasp just gets it going even quicker. So Nyx can quad his attack. So it goes to 4 and then it shoots right through the freaking stratosphere. Because the 2 Drogons should see it and turn it into 8 and then 16, so they should be a one-hit kill. Even if it's additive and not multiplicative, it still should be the win. Yeah, let's put science to the test. 16! Oh! Ooh, and not equipping that artifact cost vipera the game in the series. So we've got a clear advancement. Hell yeah. Coming out of Group D, it's MushyMango and nyxnyxnyx. Cool stuff. And that does it for all our games. Thanks again, Audenjibus, for coming for a gigantic session. Yeah, that was a good.
That was awesome.
6.5 hour chunk.
6.5 hours.
But there was a lot of cool games. Glad to see the Osiris combo. Glad to see Knucklestorm was doing some stuff, even though it wasn't duplicated, which is like a first. Cool stuff out of Warbo, golden cards. There's the egg waking up Eclipse. There's all kinds. We saw Moose. Yeah, great stuff. And I'm gonna I'll look over the footage again. In about 24 hours, I'll post the situation. But it looks like a 3-way tiebreaker for Group A and a 2-way tiebreaker for Group C is going on. Oh wait, never mind. Group C and B and D are all clear. But yeah, Group A.
Hey Trozz, thanks for hosting and doing everything you do for this community, man.
Yeah, it's I basically stepped up because Helgen would have otherwise. He's like, damn it, I have to set aside time to run tournaments. I'm like, no you don't. I decided to kick these off.
You the real MVP, man.
Yeah, maybe I can get a crown too.
Thanks for having me on. It was fun to co-cast. I've never done anything like this before.
Oh, well, thanks for diving in the deep end.
Yeah, it was awesome.
All right. Well, have a good
night. So
I'm gonna do a little bit of pack opening before I close out the stream.
If it works out, we can do another.
But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gonna be casting the tiebreakers once those happen.
Cool. I'm still here for. Yeah.
I'll open a pack for every group that we went through, and we already opened up one pack. And check it out. I got my first gold. It's Primordial Gazer. An underutilized card, but I love it with a Veil Hunter. Next up, pack number 3. No golds I've mentioned, but excellent spells that we saw a bunch of, and Memnivore is a really funny one. Because you can just delete someone's deck with that. And the final pack of the day, Malicious Wisp was one hell of a player today. Just eat the other player's mana and you're gonna win. Alright.
Yeah, Malicious Wisp did a lot of work.
Yep. Might as well wrap it up there. GG's. Have a good night all.
GG Trozz.
Catch you next time. GG Earn.
Later, man. Have a good one.